Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. The green screen shall hitherforth be broken by the kittens, who are using it as a wall with which to play. Welcome to the show. Hello, Giga 8i, Dermacian, little magnets. Nobut is not with us. He's here in spirit. Decided to stop paying the people who are supposed to keep him online because they don't. So now I've either got to find a way to spool him up locally with my own Node.js locally, or he's just not gonna be around. And it's been easier to not do anything than to do that, I suppose. Welcome to Kerbal. Quiet. There we are. Jesus, God, what the... Can I just... The beginning of the stream. Like, give me a couple of seconds. Welcome to another day of cat adventures here on the Kerbal Space Program. Career mode is what we do on the Tuesdays and the Thursdays. And we were here yesterday when we shouldn't have been because I got obsessed with a premise on Tuesday, and so I had to work on it on Wednesday as well. And guess what we're going to be doing today? Obsessing about that same premise a little bit, not too much. We've got some things to do. See, while I was testing the premise, let me just introduce, in case you weren't, everybody who's here now will know, but you know, just to pretend like I'm a professional of some kind. In case you weren't here, so this is my no. There needs to be one other thing, I think. This is my Kerbal lawn JART. Mark 6 is the one. Yes, here she is. This, friends, is a return vessel for Kerbal from LKO, from Low Kerbal Orbit. We can sit a Kerbal in this seat, throw them at the atmosphere, and they come down spit-shined and just polished by the plasma that is licking at their shoulders the whole time. But they don't overheat, they do not explode, and that's the important part, isn't it? Also, in the latest configuration, and yes, this thing extends, in the latest configuration, the fins do not overheat. We never see a heat tick on those. We did see a heat tick on our heat ticks on our little linear RCS ports, but since then I moved them in. We haven't tested it yet. But yeah, this was my it's 0.222 tons, incredibly lightweight, pretty damn cheap at 1,099 Kerbucks return vessel that is collapsible, which means that it'll stow a little bit easier. That's still a bit of space there for it. And this is where we ended up. It's got, it's completely RCS and monoprop controlled. We got the little ball of monoprop there tucked into the nose of our cone, or the cone of our nose, or the tip of the nose of our cone. And then the little RCS things in order to drive it around. We just need to be able to pull it away from a space station and turn it toward its retrograde, burn it out, then turn it towards prograde, and take our hands off and watch it come down. Where is the beer? Asked Edmo. It's after the first break. New Year's resolution. It's not. I'm drinking coffee right now. The cold leftovers from the bottom of the pot after you had the first one. And everybody waters it down at a ratio of about like 1/3 to 2/3 water, right? 2/3 water, 1/3 coffee, because too much caffeine in that just make you sick. And then with the sugar and the creamer is not real cream. Come on, what are we talking about? We've got simulated powders in this particular iteration of the simulation. So yeah, coffee and water until later. And actually, after drinking the coffee, I really do have a low tolerance for caffeine. A little more water to settle it down. Does anybody else do that? Does anybody water down their coffee because it's too much? Last time that I had a McDonald's coffee, you know, it was morning. I was, wow, it's been a while, hasn't it? It was morning. I was working for, way back, I was working for the Oakland Press, delivering newspapers, middle of the morning kind of a thing. No, I was working as a janitor. It was after that. It wasn't that far back. I was working as a janitor, and I got off, because it was third shift as well. I got off at, I don't know, 5 a.m., something like that. Still dark out, and headed over to a McDonald's because I just needed something to eat. I got myself a big breakfast. That's what we call it. It's just eggs, and I mean, it's simulated egg powder. Myself a big breakfast and said, yeah, I need a coffee. And I got the coffee, and I took one sip of it, and then threw it into the trash as I exited the McDonald's. It's just too much. It's awful. Ugh. It's going to make me sick. Am I the only person who... Probably. Anyway, this is our craft, and we spent an entire live stream yesterday tweaking it and refining it and going through 6 different iterations of it in order to come to this design, and I'm still not perfectly happy with it. And the reason I'm not perfectly happy with it is the cost over there. $1,099. I want it to be sub 1,000 Kerbucks, and I feel like I know where the cost is coming from. It used to be 1,000 Kerbucks, and the cost is coming from our RCS ports. We used to use one of these. This thing is only 25 bucks. I can't say Kerbucks that many times in a row. No coffee for you? That's fine. Tea? Tea then? Would you like some tea? Some green tea with, like, probably more caffeine in it than the... I can't do green tea. I was a friggin' Zen student. You know, Buddhists live off of tea. It's the whole... We don't eat anything else the entire year. It's just all... green tea constantly. You go in to see your Zen master, he makes you green tea. That man must be just amped the fuck up, man, for as often as you go in to see him and you it's just ceremonial that he makes a cup of tea for you and him, and then you sit and you drink it. And the entire time that I was there, and he had great, he had green tea that's so good I can't enjoy it, He's a monk. He's been drinking it for years. He gets the stuff that, was picked by a naked virgin at dawn break on the top of the finest mountain that only she is allowed to breathe the air. He had the good shit. He knew which mountain this leaf came from before it was shipped to him. Got it from other monks, in Korea, wherever they got it kind of a thing. He had the good shit. And... it's to me. I drank so much green tea that I just couldn't really stand. And then we went to Korea, and I found a tea that I really, really liked that was I want to say it's some kind of barley or something. It had a breakfast cereal taste to it. It wasn't sweet like that, but it had that sort of nutty, throaty kind of and I got a bag of it, and I, to this day, don't know what it was. And it was the only, tea that I really liked, Green tea was... yeah, almost all of the time. As we don't sugar it or anything like that. It's just, take the tea. Ah, now let's talk about Zen. Except for that doesn't happen because nobody talks about Zen. They practice Zen. But yeah, the coffee, teas, I found one of them in my life that I really liked, and I don't know what it is. I'd have to go back to that little tea shop that's off the side of, what's the Korean, sort of overarching temple for all temples? Chogyesa? That sounds right. Chogyesa. So I know exactly where it is in reference to Chogyesa Courtyard and the bell or the drum that they play and then and that kind of thing. Know exactly where it is. I just got to get back to South Korea, Seoul, and then I can go to that shop again and say, "Hey, remember me?" And they'll go, "No." You serve me a tea, and they'll go, "안녕하세요?" I'll say, "Yes, I'm keeping peace about the tea. God damn it." What was that conversation about? I don't know. So it's still it's slightly disappointing to me because we're putting on so many of these little miniature tiny .0013 RCS ports. Keeps our weight low-ish. Not as low as it could be if we were using one of these and one of these, which was the first design, and it was so simple and clean and but it doesn't really work that well in terms of getting the positions for everything, and we didn't have any rotation and whatnot. So at this point, we've got 1, 2, 3 back here for being able to rotate from the furthest part out into position, but we've only got 3 of them, which means if I want to go left, the only one that actually fires is this one, which means we're always going up, and then I got to do like a left and a tap up to push us back down kind of thing. So we got that situation going on, and then the 3 of those, and then 4 of these for going forward, and then what is kind of lost in the you got to zoom up and maybe look at the right angle, is then we got 2 of these boys for rotation, and I really like having the rotation. Those are staying. But if I could find a way that makes my brain happy to do this bit differently, or to minimize these, and the thing is, we don't want to be sitting there having to hold H on a monoprop burn for 3 minutes either. So I can't just have like one of them, because we built one that tried that. I didn't like it. But having 4 of them plus these 2 plus these 3 back here, it's a lot. Each one of these things costs like 25 and then 30 for those. One of these gets us everything we need, and it costs the same. It costs 25 instead of the 15 times 4, the 60 that costs. I would love to get back to that being our means of driving it forward. The problem, I could just take this and slap it back there and rip those off again, but then the problem is that it pushes us from this off angle of wherever this happens to be once we've got it deployed, and it's off the center of mass, and so we spin as we go forward, whereas this still does that, but it does it so much more minimally that it just feels like it's a cleaner design, easier to pilot. So driving it from the front instead of the back. But these things, of course, weigh more than those. 4 of these are worth 0.0013, so 0.04 plus it's 0.0052. 2 of these would be worth 0.04, and it would be more than we really need. But if 4 of these are 0.0013, in order to get that up to a 0.001, we don't even get up to, we get up to a 0.00. Yeah, so it's a lot more mass to add one of these in. I'd want to take them all off, kind of a deal. And I really like that back here, having the RCS ports back here means that we get the maximum rotational effect from each one of these tiny little things. Like if it's in a little bit closer, even when it's deployed, we get less, effect from them. So I love that they're back there now. But I would like it to be a 4 system, like one of these guys. And it can be as weak as one of these guys, too, because these guys put out 0.2 thruster power. These only put out 0.1 in whatever direction you're firing. It could be that. It's just a matter of making it look nice. I'm going to try ripping them off, and I want to get back to this kind of variable thruster block and maybe just have it like right there hanging in the middle. And we looked at just like attaching it to one of the... We didn't look at just attaching it to one of the tips, did we? We looked at attaching it somewhere, and I was like, it doesn't really fit the space or something. Let me just look at it again. And I swear to you, this is not going to be the... Hang on, I got a really important call from Pennington, New Jersey. Hello? Hello? I can't hear... Yeah? Oh my god. Oh shit. Somebody's got my credit card, and they ordered an Amazon or an iPod 11 for $499. That's a really good price. Keep the order. Yeah, no, send it to my house. Yeah, no, the address is 123, go fuck yourself. Alright, I'll see you soon. Thanks. That's legitimately what that was. I didn't have to work at all for that comedy. It was a recording. It was a recorded voice. Somebody telling me, and oh no! Somebody bought an iPhone for actually a really good price on Amazon. It's headed your way. Oh, okay. Can't wait. Can you make sure it gets here before... I've heard that too. I've heard scam baiter. Somebody whose goal in life is just to waste these people's time. I've heard them actually go down that road and be like, really? That's a really good price. No, I mean, I can't get that in the shops or anything like that. Yeah. No, send it. Absolutely. How did anybody get that deal? And then the scammer has to, like, how do you work with that? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe just having one of these that just kind of looks like it's touching all of them. That's fine. That's fine. That's brilliant. That's beautiful. I don't know why I make things so complicated when they work just A-okay. I think I do want that gap there. I think the gap helps. Let me just get right. I can't get any closer without him, you know, not being able to see what I'm working on anymore. That, yeah. I mean, it's hard to believe that you'd be able to pipe. It's just a little tiny RCS vent that goes all the way through there, and then into this, and then down there. It's fine. Yeah. There. So that's one of my problems solved, which reduces our weight immediately, I think. What are you worth again? How much do you weigh? In this configuration, 0.005. 3 of those, it actually increases our weight to have it that way. But I like it because it's fewer parts, and it gives me, like, all control rotation. Now that we've got rotation here too, that helps. The other thing that we could do with these is to switch them to the orthogonal 3-horn, which will add a little bit of weight to 0.226 now, but that does give me like an extra 0.1 thruster juice going forward when I'm burning forward, which means I can reduce these, and you know, maybe I can reduce these a little bit. I do want the authority here. And right now, the authority would add up to 0.8 thruster juice going forward. If I just had 2 of them, then, like, it's 0.8 without these. Now that I've added these in, that would give me 0.2 to start. I add in 2 of them, and we're at 0.6 thruster go juice-ness. It's not bad, and it's not great. But it's not bad, but it's not great. I mean, the other thing that I'm thinking is, what if it were in 3 symmetry? Because then we would still be at the same 0.8, you know, with the same, you know, with 1 less part. 0.8, and then because there would be 1 of them down here and 2 of them there, we'd have more thruster force on the top than on the bottom, which is not desirable, because our center of mass is below, presumably, where we're firing there. So maybe that's not what we want. But, so if it were the opposite direction, the 2 of them down there would blow harder, and then this would blow weaker, and because the center of mass is lower, then it could work out. It could work out, and then I could also break the 1 out of symmetry and control its thrust authority in order to get it, like, perfectly balanced, so that we just go perfectly forward as we go. I don't know if it'll work out that way, but theoretically. What about the RCS 5 thruster block? The big boy? This one. And then we switch it to its 5 orthogonal. It's worth 0.05 tons. That is, I mean, it gets rid of everything else. Wait, if we just go down to a single, do they have a mode where, well, no. Yeah, that's this one, you idiot. See, the thing is that I do want it from the front, because it just eliminates that problem of going, it eliminates the problems, is what it does. I could pick up another 0.1 by turning that into a 5-horn. And then that would be 3 plus, if we put 2 more on, 4, and we'd be at 0.9, we'd have more. And what's your, so your 0.05, and then if I give you the 5th horn, 0.063, which is exactly the equivalent of tacking one of these on. So that's fair enough. But that would give us, you know, that little bit of thrust authority that's going to be off-center, off-kilter. But if we did have the ability to control these, maybe I just leave that like that, and I'm going to go to a 3-sided symmetry on this. So get rid of that. And sadly, I think the 3-sided symmetry means that this is going to have to blow in his face, isn't it? Our Kerbal is just going to have to be right into his helmet as it's going, which I really don't like. I'm not a fan of that. But am I so not a fan of that, but I'm not going to do it? I mean, if it's down to that, I could get rid of all of these and then just put a single one of you actually on what we think is our center of mass. I mean, once there's a Kerbal in the seat, this thing is so light, it changes it quite a bit, but I could just put one blowing straight into his crotch. Oh, I kind of like that. But I don't... I kind of like that for the lulz. I don't like it for, you know, the seriousness of trying to design something that makes the slightest bit of sense. I'm seeing little... Are we really going to go on to a Mark 7 of this? Because I'm also questioning. I'm also wondering. I got thoughts in my head. Some AC is nice for sure. Well, re-entering. That's a really good justification for it. It cools his loins as he goes. Oh, you're kind of talking me into that. Let me look at something else here before we get off onto that. All right, so we're gonna figure something else out for that. But I'm looking at something and I'm saying, what if? But what if, right? So, you're attached to that? Oh, well, shit. Well, shit. Can you just attach to that? I mean, we've got this in a perfect position, though. And then you're attached to that guy. I don't want you attached to that guy. For what I want to do right now, which is... I mean, we can go back. I can throw this out and go back to the model that we've got. Okay, maybe... That's not how I want to build it, either. Having one thing that's the root part that's off-center. Not cool, man. But, so, if you are built off of that, here's my question. Could I reduce our part count by 1 by going down to 2 of these? Huh? Huh? Yeah, fuck. We're gonna... I'll draw one and I'll get it all exactly right into the same place again. You go away. You go away. And then what I want is yeah. Except, I think radial will be fine here. It'll be easier in mirror mode. So, no snapping. I grab you with a absolute snap, and it'll get you to dead center. And then the 2 of these linked at the middle, and that gets rid of 1 extra part that had extra weight to it, and it still gives us the visual of, you know, that it's a solid, rigid thing. It does extend those out a bit, and they just have to be, but I'm pretty okay with that, I think. I could also merge them together a touch. I don't think that would be problematic. And then, because I really like the idea of these just being almost perfectly flat with it, but not. Just about there, just that little bit of a lip. And then I pull you in a little bit more. Well, let me... If it wouldn't make everything green while I was working on it, then I could do visual design a little bit better. Do it over here so I can look at the edge that's not all green and weird. Like, importantly, yeah, the merging is a big factor here. So I gotta make sure that it's not going out, but I want it to look structurally sound. I mean, I can give them an angle as well to try and make that happen, but, like, that is probably as tight as I could make it and still have it look structurally sound, which means it does have to come back so that it's not merging through. I mean, it's okay to have some rigidity of structure. I just prefer it that way, though. You prefer it if I gave it an angle. Yeah, we're getting crazy now, aren't we? I mean, it's not as though we weren't before. I wasn't before, anyway. Where are you going? Why are you going in the opposite direction of my rotation? You damned fools. Let's say we did that. And then on absolute, pulling you out. And that allows me to have you like so. The way that I like you. It looks odd. Yes. Yes, it does. It looks quite odd. We're going to bring you together in the center, so you're just touching right there. And then how far back can you go now that you've got a bit of an angle on you? Suddenly my eyes aren't hating it. And it also looks like we've done that specifically to, you know, leave room for the ball. Not that we have. That I could live with. I could live with that. And it reduces our weight by 1, because we've gotten rid of 1 extra part that we didn't need. I mean, we could get rid of both of these and just choose to believe that it's fine, hanging off of the ball on the interior, but I do want it to appear that it has some structural support to it. And then we'd take you, and I would need to attach you directly to the nose cone instead of where I had you before. It should be here. And then with an absolute snap, make sure that it's to dead center, and then embed. And I gotta find the correct height that we had before, which I'll do by pulling another thing in. By pulling a copy of it in. And look at that, the feet, they just slide right into the footers between the two spots. It's destined. It's something, anyway. So what I need in order to get that positioning correct, are you at the place where you want to do the positioning? I'm going to pull this in anyway. So give me another Kerbal JART Mark 6. I'm going to put you on this side. And then I'm going to take you, this whole construction, grab you out. And I need you attached to the nose cone. That is the correct orientation. And then I'm just going to absolute snap him down till he's dead center. And then figure out which is which. Okay, the one that's lower is the which, right? And then I can just grab this guy and line him up perfectly the way that he was before. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow, I really like that you can go deeper, though. You can go deeper. What if I focused instead on... Give me the one that's not the one that I, the one that's just a placeholder. Target extension. Because we figured out the exact target extension that we want. And then with you being deeper... If I line you up on the same line... You're not piercing. If I pull you forward, you start to pierce. Move you back a little bit. Back up so you're on the same line. Yep, that's the one, because we're getting the crazy texture tears. Yeah, come on, one more. No, right there. That's the spot. And then the longer one, you are set to be your which one do you grab? It would be that one. That's the one. You're set to be 0.78, and both of you are. And you go out to there at 0.78. So we want ours to be at that height. If I then take our new little guy, and that's, yeah, that's the shorter one, and I tell him you can extend full, almost there, and then I grab him again. This is the correct one, isn't it? We can hope. And then I move you up. You're in line with that one. It will be in a slightly different position because it's further forward, so it's going to have a slightly different effect kind of thing, but that's close, and then we get a little bit more, like a little bit tighter of a construction here. So now I could grab, well, it would be grabbing that and getting rid of it. I throw it away. And then when I pack this up, because again, this is to be stowed and then brought to space, it's beautiful. Beautifully in line. I love it. And we're theoretically lighter. I'll pull you off because we got rid of one of those extra parts. No. Both of you can go away. We're down to 0.212 from the 0.2222 that we had before, but we don't have the monoprops put in place. Shouldn't we be lighter than that? I guess they don't add up to much. Yeah, are you okay there? You're bothering my eye the longer time goes on. Like, is there a place where I can just extend you a little bit more and then you look even better? Or maybe I have you in a little bit more and you look more rigid and solid and real. You can also switch to the straight up and down version of the four-horn. I think that might help my eye a bit. It does. I'm just going to have to live with that because that's beautiful is what it is. The other thing that I could do is not live with that. I don't want to add a part that doesn't need to be there, but it just occurred to me that, like, if I had you there, and then I had this perfectly centered, and then I extended you. It looks cool. It's a part that doesn't need to be there. You know, if I could put that on the tip of the antenna and have it extend, that wouldn't work, because it would penetrate. You don't need to be there. I'm not adding parts that don't need to be there to the build. It does bother my eye a little bit. Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it. Maybe I can help you with that by putting on a tiny nose cone back here. Huh? A tiny nose cone? Will you attach? Yes, you will. Okay. So, hang on. I just jumped from like one thing that bothers me to the next without solving any of them, kind of ever. So no snapping. Get on this. Face that way or that way? I think that way, yeah. And then you back down. Okay. The other way you could do this to make sure that it's... give me that. Because then I can, without a snap, put it down here. Get the perfect... that. Pull you out. With a shift. Could have you in that rotation, but I think it is going to be better to do it the other way. Flip him over. Are you in the perfect place where you are attached to that thing? And you are. Okay. Just checking. You can be attached to that bit then, I suppose. 3 of these come together. And then I'm just going to throw you out so I can get a clean one. And then, yeah, you did say you wanted the one that's got flat tubes on it. And that pulls it to dead flat. And then we step back and have a look at it. And just try and find the place where it looks nicest. You know, I'm thinking if I do it that way, get it all the way spun. I have very strict demands of my own aesthetic, blah, 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 blah. Keep saying it. Yeah, that's going to look better. And then take you. That's not at all what I just touched. You. And you come through to this side. And then spin round. So I don't have to get it, like, dead on the tip. Come on. One more. Is that right? Looks right. Grab you. Move you back. Find the spot where I like it. One more pixel, please. That's more than the one that I ordered. I suppose I should be happy. And then pull you back to the place where I like it. Let me just... where those lines all come together. Perhaps. What I don't like right now is that piece. This nose cone that we built everything off of. Like, now that I've got a nose cone back there, not liking that as much. If I have you like that, so that it's just a structural bit that kind of holds all of the pieces together, I kind of like those, maybe. Hang on, let me get you, like, lined up perfectly flat with the ends of those. And I step back. I love the look of that. I love the look of that. Now my problem is this. It's always something. It's always going to be something with you, isn't it? Yup. Very, very astutely correct. Yes. Always going to be something. I'll pull you forward like that. Don't suppose you've got 2 different, like, looks or something like that. I like that that packs up tighter, but I hate that it's the same part. Where's my aerodynamics again? You are the lightest weight little nose cone that I can have at a .001. And there's nothing else that's gonna The only thing that beats that in terms of weight is nothing that you can build off of, I don't think. 0.02 instead of it was 0.001. But this was an idea that I had. It would add weight to it, and it becomes a little bit more, like a lot more. I want to see it because since I am thinking about ripping this whole thing off, I kind of want to see this. This is going to suck because reasons. Just bear with it because I'm going to take that off and I'm going to throw you away. But if I had another hinge here, and then I built this off of the hinge, which is tricky to do. Oh, well, but you do need something central that's at the correct angle when you do it. So we would have to be able to get this hinge to be at the perfect 90-degree angle. And I think we just have to end up eyeballing it. Wow, that looks exactly correct, though. 16-degree angle, so that would say that that's at a 16-degree angle. And then if I put these on in 3-sided radial, is that absolute? That's absolute. There you go. We'll be able to tell if they're perfect. If it truly is a 16-degree, just by looking at them. Looks like it might be a 16.5 degree, but that is more than close enough for my tastes. But I do have them on backwards now. Okay. Yeah, see how it extends? It gets a little bit wider at that end than the other, but I think this is close enough. Gives a little extra character, maybe even. So, in order to make this work, let me make sure that that's all in position. Then I would expand you out, and I would, I guess remove you from symmetry. And then grab these off. Nope, that won't work. If I go back by 2... I would remove you from symmetry. And then pull those away. And then push it all back together. Pull it out past the hinge point. I fell asleep during the last stream. How did the test with flags go? We actually didn't get to it. I got to a certain point and went, we're going backwards. I think we had a better design before. So yeah. We did not actually accomplish that one. I just ended up not testing it. Yeah, that's pretty damn good. It's not exactly perfect, but it's pretty damn good. So, it does increase our weight. We're now at 0.232 tons, and we haven't even put on, like, our thruster block thing. But what this would allow us to do is, now we know that the target angle is 16. I could fold this up and have it store even, like, tighter. Fold it up in some way. That's why I wanted to look at it. Like, instead of taking up all that space, it could take up, like, that amount of space. So if we... And I'm not committed to anything that I've done yet. We said it's got a negative 51 angle and a max of 16. Then that's what she does. She packs up like that. And that reduces the storage space required. But I mean, it puts it onto another angle. It puts some of that storage space onto another angle. As opposed to just being flat out like that. And it adds 0.2 tons. And it makes the device more complicated. I don't necessarily hate it, but I don't necessarily love it for all of those things. You go out to there. There's a lot to remember, too, when we would be deploying that. That it starts here. Before Kerbal gets in the seat, we need to deploy. Kerbal gets in seat, which means that if we have to deploy before Kerbal gets in seat, then the benefit of being able to stow it a little bit tighter is just to be able to pack them under fairings a little bit tighter. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you like or not like that addition to it? I'll leave it as it is and continue building on the basic premise here. And in fact, like these could then be just like right down into one another. And if they are right down into one another, then maybe I don't even need this nose cone anymore. Which gets us a little bit of weight back, because then maybe this wouldn't bother me so much. Except for now you're all three-sided symmetry and you refuse to not do three-sided symmetry. There we go. Just got to take it off before you do it. Put you on like so. Make sure you've got true rotation. I guess that's true rotation. Pull you out. Just find the place where it looks like it's centered. And again, I wish I could see while I was making these adjustments without having that green overlay on it. You know, when you do want to do kind of graphic design kind of work, it don't really hold together quite right. Oh, that looks beautiful from the rear. It looks believable and viable from the front. I think I like that. I think I like that. Reduces our part count again. Just to save space, why not? There's Giga 8i. So, you think it's okay? If it packed up into the half sphere, then it would be worthwhile. This is too little a change in volume for the weight. Okay, good. I'm glad to have the back and forth of ideas, because this is more or less what my head is telling me too. So, like, if I were to put another hinge on down here and be able to, like, fold this down and then be able to fold this over, but that would always be in the way, and then we've got to have precise angles for this thing, that thing, the other thing. So I don't think I'm going there. But yeah, those are the two main competing perspectives in my head, too. I guess that without the folding, they can be stored quite compact already in a staggered way. You're not wrong in any of these things. And then if these are all just brought together like that, I guess the only reason why I didn't do it in the first place was because we used to be using that linear RCS port from here, so I wanted the space in between them, and we don't need them anymore, and I like that visually a lot more, and it makes this work beautifully. Happy JART can wiggle its tail, says Giga 8i. That is a good argument. Hey, we did it! Yay! Hi, Mom! I did it! I came back from space! I think Mosaic Task Force, I think you're convincing me. It does mean that I need a part to build that off of, which means putting that nose cone back in place, because otherwise we can't get these to, like, snap on to that at its angle and rotate down, you know, to what we truly need. Just triple checking, you're a 0.001 ton part, and so is this nose cone. And I think the nose cone looks better, and since we're only using one of them again, it will not bother my eye so much. Yep, I'm going back to the previous design. Everybody who's angry, blame Mosaic Task Force. That's why I did that. Now I don't have to be responsible. Suckers. So throw you away. Back to that. Put you on. Consume the yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter. And then to absolute rotation. I think you want this, though, so that you can build these off of the other side. No, it'll look better like this if you do it right. Might be a little difficult, but you'll get it. In fact, leave it where it is right now. Build these onto it in a three-sided symmetry. No, No, you need to get it flat first. Okay, no, yeah, we're right. We're all right. You to there. And then we just gotta embed it so that it looks not shit. Don't for this one. That. No snap. Embed to the not shit point. We need a sans shit point here. A little bit lower so it's like evenly across the space. Make sure that the back looks okay. It does. Got all 3 holes showing. Looks plausible. It looks plausible. I'm gonna go with that. And I take you. And the important part here is that I get the top bit on the top bit. So not mirror mode. Radial please. And I just need to have you like actually, there you go, snap to that. Good. And then I can rotate, absolutely. Absolutely can I rotate. Pull you out. Decide the place where you actually want this to connect, because there's a lot of different places. There. Slide it in. I like that. I'm going to keep going. I don't hate that either. And that makes it pack up a little bit tighter. You know, it's important that all of the moving parts have the freedom. Like, I wouldn't push this back to here, because then it's like, that doesn't... Wouldn't I? Wouldn't I, though? Because that wouldn't, you know, go over the sleeve, the collar of the device. But even having it all the way back there, don't hurt my eyes much. I bring you in even tighter. Like, lose all of those lines and then pull you up to... And there is one variant. We're definitely doing that color. Yeah, you don't have any... You've got a... one without the blue. No, have the blue, I guess. But yeah, that for re-entry, it looks like we've used it a number of times. Used to be white. It's amazing how plasma can just char a motherfucker. That, yeah, I think that's the look. Any variant on the RCS? Like the monoprop ball itself? No. And then the, you know, looks of these are, it's down to how many horns you get, is all. But thank you for reminding me, because we've got we got a bunch of these horns right now. And we only want one of them. And it's that one. It's that one. So I will remove you from symmetry. And I will remove another horn. Okay, just gotta find a place where when I mouse over the empty space I can remove it. Thank you. And then this horn... You... Will the absolute snap work? I don't think it will, because, yeah... We were just doing this by eye, and I don't have to. I could do it back there. I think by eye is fine, because this rotational bit is, it could never potentially even be truly perfect. It could. No, because, like, we're moving the tail into a place, so it's like its thrust force would never be perfect. Okay, I'm just figuring out, like, what my... Sorry, get it on screen for y'all. What my visual measurement tool is going to be here. Staring at it. That midline, I think it wants to be higher. I think the edge of it wants to be like that. And then do we want it to come out super... Oh, well, there you go. Just pull it out to where the tips all come together. Have it a little bit past them. Get lined up on that. And then bring it back. It's such a small little part, it's hard to get close enough to see things the way that you want to see them. Yeah, I think it does have to penetrate a touch. Merge a little bit. See, I don't want it to be like eating into the model in weird different ways along the edge if I can avoid it. Like if it eats into it at one point but not another, that's fine as long as it's got like some off symmetry to it or something. But to just be consuming the part grossly, that would be gross. I'm also willing to entertain that, but that isn't looking great. Looks like it's not going to play with me the way that I would want it to. So it's just a don't look too close kind of a thing. And I think I'm okay with that because it really does now look like there's a, you know, pipeline that runs in the middle of these three fins as they come together and goes like that. And then you look, you know, in here and you see that, you know, the fins are merged too, and then there's some rubber, some nylon tubing that, I don't know, we sealed it up. We just put some black, I don't know. Whatever you justify on your feet around here is the thing. There is another model. I don't know that it would change the base anyway. The angled four-horn. Do we prefer the angled or the orthogonal? Angled kind of looks cooler. And I prefer the orthogonal four-horn where it's not angled. Yeah. I think you need to come up just a touch. Like, if it did that... Yeah, that line really does bother me, the way that it peeks out there. It's always going to, because it's a three-sided symmetry kind of thing, but I'm just looking for that magic place where it's like, well, that's better anyway. If I just had you lower in general... except for that middle bit. The middle bit starts to disappear, but then you wrap around the outside of it. Hey! Two different pipings going in. I'm just looking for something that my brain will justify. This is rubber hosing. It goes in at those two various points. I think, okay. Walk away from it now, Pong. You found... Oh, but from afar it looks like it's way too low. Fuck. What is he even playing the game for at this point? Design, I guess. Yeah, there you go. That'll do. Stop looking at it, Pawn. You'll find another way to be angry. The tiny nose cone does not change color. What are you gonna do? One more time, let's just play with, like, moving this around, because it could be to there, to there. I like it at that point. Make it so that the bottom line lines up with that as it comes out. See how that tickles you. That tickles my fancy very nicely. Okay, that's done. Right? We're at 0.212 tons, and we need more. We need our monoprop back. We need rotation, and we need forward thrust. Those are the two things. Rotation and forward thrust. So, step one, the thing that we know that we're going to have, that I'm not going to figure out a way to do something that's different. Just a two-sided symmetry. You can be mirror. Snap me to these, I think. Switch you over to the three-horn, I think is what we're going to end up going for. I need an absolute rotation so that you're perfectly, yep, like that. And then you, I want out, but not so far out that we start burning them up, because that was an issue on the last build. They were somehow receiving heat as we were coming back down. So I'm trying to find the place where they're seem structurally attached to something. But aren't too far out, aren't too far embedded. They're also for the sake of rotation, so they need to... And another consideration in my mind is if I weren't playing with my current, like, models, because we've got a mod pack that makes the game a bit prettier. I don't think that this nose cone actually is embedded, so what it would look like if it were just flat there. If it just cut off flat, I want those horns to not embed. You could have rotation top and bottom. Yeah, it would be directly on the nose cone instead. The fact that they're not on the nose cone could help to protect them from transfer heating, the way that they are right now. I think I do want them on these. Them as far out as possible to get the most, you know, rotation we can get. From the minimal amount of power. I was having thoughts. I do apologize for that. It happens all too often. I think I'll just, like that, have them embed into the nose cone a bit. I'm going to control from over here so I can see the one that I want to see. I keep lining up with the camera. Oh, it doesn't matter. Everything goes green. I mean, I could just have them like that, but the problem is then potentially overheating. So I'm trying to keep them in. Okay, that's the spot for them. I've committed. And then we need forward thrust. We're up to 0.220 tons right now, and we need forward thrust. These things, I said a three-sided symmetry potential was the thing that we wanted to, like, investigate. And it did snap straight into it, so okay. You don't, alright, forget it. I got you there, and then with the absolute snap, in there. These have a fat boy version, and I think I'll go with. Which means that these, being built on the nose cone, won't be protected from the, like, contact overheating if that's a thing that happens. But this does, doing it this way, it does put a lot more thrust above our center of mass, what we presume will be our center of mass when I look at it like that. A Kerbal sitting in the chair should pull that up, I would think. But that means we're firing a lot less on this side, a lot more on this side. And does that work out? Or should it be the opposite? If you're on there, and the center of mass is down here, and then you've got an extra one here, so it's like 4 of them that are kind of above the center of mass, and then 1 down here. Should be the other way around, shouldn't it? Yeah, which was what we were saying. But I didn't like the idea that one of these would be blowing in his face as he goes. Which, maybe then, my solution if I don't... Well, it's going to be blowing in his face as he goes, if you do it that way too. Friend. Friend, lover, true. You could move the monoprop tank up a bit to counterbalance the weight piston. Yeah. The weight is always going to shift, but... if I put you up there... Well, and then... as we drain the weight for that, it moves around. I don't think I want to try and get it right for the center of mass balance, especially since I'll never know what it's going to look like when the Kerbal's in there. There's like a million different little things that are going to change. This is like a setup that I like. I like the look of. I think it's a good idea, but but it's not going to blow correctly. It's not going to give us the kind of control we're looking for. If I go back to the 2-horn version here, and I do 4 there, we're back up to the perfect 0.222 that we had before, and we know that that worked. I think this is the, like, correct design. Just, it's the right one. To do it in 4-sided, 4-sided symmetry, like that. I don't like that we've got, oh, right, it's the cost that bothers you, too. Yeah. Let me show you, like, here's the other way that this can be done. Like that. We're over 1,000 already. Damn it. That's because you've got the rotation now that you wanted. Fuck. There's no way to get rotation otherwise. Are you going to make these reattachable so you can refill the station eventually? I think my idea would be, because it would be too much of a hassle to, like, move them into position, even if you could control them and get them to dock up or something like that. My idea would be you just use them all up at the station, and then what they're attached to is jettisoned, and you bring up a whole nother, you know, thing. A speed loader for a revolver pistol, as opposed to making each of them something that can be manually attached. That makes more sense. Yeah, so we're already over cost. If I put one of these on, you know, that is ball sack. That kind of makes me happy to think about. Let me just drop one in on his ball sack. Absolute snap. Absolute snap. There you go. And pull you down, and then, like, center of mass. Like, if that were going to be where it needed to be. Be right in that crotch, boy. Just right in there. And then it has to actually, like, that wouldn't be right, because then the Kerbal sits in it and changes the center of mass. The industrial bowl dryer model? Yeah. So if we're already over cost, and there's nothing that I'm going to do to get that cost back down, because I really do want the rotation. The rotation helps so much. It seems like I can't throw it away. If I'm not going to get the cost any lower, but wait a second, Pawn. What? If you were to switch your, like, root part to that and take this off, 842, we are under cost, just not on the mounting system, which is part of the cost of bringing any single one of these up. So I probably should consider that part of the cost, but maybe I can use that to just justify for myself leaving things as they are. We've reduced you down to, you know, it was 3 things, now it's 1. The 1 thing costs more than the 3 things, because it's got 4 horns instead of 3, but it gets us the kind of control that we want. Left is left, right is right, up is up, down is down, instead of each of them doing a little bit weirder, different thing as it does. The 2 of these get me exclusively rotation. If I add in the 3 horn, we go up by another $10, and we get an extra 0.1 on each of the things, but we don't need that necessarily. Let me just see what it looks like when I put these in the correct position for the 3-sided symmetry that I don't like, because it'll be blowing in his face. So, wow, you're pretty much dead in the spot from the get-go, huh? You got the big fat thing? You do? Okay. Yeah, I don't know that that needs really to be adjusted upon. Maybe just leave those where they are, as they are. It will be cooling his forehead, which is a part of him that tends to, like, peak just ever so slightly above 0.223 tons in that configuration. If I pull you down to the 2-horn version, we're down to 0.221. Alright, I've decided. I've made my decision. I'm on a mission. I've made my decision. Something, something, something in my head. And my decision is this. It's this, it's this. Give me you. I need a absolute snap. And then we rotate you to, oh, wait. Nope. We rotate you on a local so that I can see when we're rotated that way. Now we've got a 45-degree angle on it, which means when I go to translation, I will be able to drag him in while maintaining the position. So, drag it back a little bit. Maybe not. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with that model. I love the weight of it. 0.222 has been like the magic spot so far. It gets us everything that we want. It is 1,072. But, again, try and convince myself of something that's not necessarily the case. It's only 902 if we didn't have the attachment system that we've got here. Put that back on. In terms of attachment systems, I keep having this song "Steady as She Goes" by the Raconchers in my head. Steady as she goes. I don't know. I'd never even heard the name of that band before, and I know this song. Find yourself a girl and settle down. Live a simple life in a quiet town. Steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. Still modifying the people mover things to Xenon G. Just wrapping it up. Putting the final touches on the final design. Having, you know, spent an entire extra live stream doing it. We got the color scheme, figured out how to get this to where I'm satisfied with that, reduced the parts by another few, still at 0.222 tons, but I think this is going to be the best controlling model that we've had. Is it done? The last thing that you'd need to do, I did want to look momentarily at, in terms of coupling, we have the lightest weight coupling mechanism on there. Is there anything else that, like, technically does decouple in the game that's even lighter? I think you're pushing it, Pawn. Am I pushing? Does this push? You're 0.75. It's technically decouples, right? If we were going to have an ablator, we could have had an ablator. Like, the idea that I had in my head was, I take the ablator, tiniest ablator, I put one here, and then you would... Well, the part doesn't... The part decouples, but does that actually decouple the thing that's behind the part, or does it leave like a part and then it just throws the... I've always wondered about that. But the idea would be then you the ablator down to nothing. And the ablator is worth 0.02 tons to have when it's nothing, apparently. If I take it back off... 0.025 tons, because then it's, yeah, so 0.025 tons, and this decoupler is 0.01, so we're not going to do better than that. Is there a different color for the decoupler? That's definitely the color for these. It goes along with our black and yellow that we've got going, yes. There's no alternate model for these guys. Yeah, that potentially gets us there. He's going to be so tightly packed in here now. Tightly packed and fuckly tighted. Whatever the hell it was I said on that clip. Always better if we could have you even lower. I don't think we can. Like, I found the spot where that just looks bestest to my eyes. I love the idea that his feet are just going to be right there on everything. And hopefully it will still, you know, work and look and all of the things. That's the model. What we need to do now is double check the position of our tail, because we rebuilt it, and I did it earlier, but we need to do it again. So I'm going to take everything off of you. I'm going to attach just one, thank you, to here, And then we're going to absolutely snap you down into position. You, I believe, were like back to around there in the original. If I keep moving you back, I'd be able to see, but... Yeah, you were actually further back. You were like here or something. Weren't you? Weren't you, though? Which means, yeah, I do need to move our, do need to reposition this. I'm just going to try and match it perfectly. Go in there. Because we already balanced the extension for it. And now this is, if this one's tighter, that's what I call a perfect match, I think. You think? I think. Of where that would be. There's no penetration going on that side of things when I grab you and yank you out. We got a perfect match. Yes, sir. And then when you deploy, if the match is perfect now, then it does need to go back to 0.78 is our maximum deployment on that thing. And then when we pull it in, with you, and then packs up to that tightness. That's nice. That's the guy. And what have we changed after going all the way around there? What we've changed from the old model is we had the 3 of these. I just don't like having to fight for left, right, up, down. It's a bit of a nuisance, and I think it was worth doing that. We've tightened up the fins together, and we've just gone back to one 4-banger on the orthogonal. What do the angles look like? No. You to you. To you. To you. Hang on. God, this guy, though. This guy, just because I think the angled horns, you know, have a look to them that I enjoy. But it looks like they might want to be a bit higher like that. Alright. But so we did that. Flipped the nose cone around on the design. And then big change was this structure that we had with one of these and then two of the cubic octagonals and then one of those octagonals, whatever. We've gone to a 2-banger system instead. And yeah, not a lot changed. Finishing touches is what that was. Finishing touches, and we need to test it. And more importantly, you know, more funly of what I intend to test today. Call this the Mark 7. Oh yeah, I need to switch you back to the root part there. Is what height can we throw a Kerbal back at the atmosphere from using this thing? I want to get a ship in orbit, has enough juice to take us out to fucking Minmus if the tests went really well. Carrying one of these things. Test him from low orbit, make sure that this still works, so that it still controls the way that we want it. And then add just a random kind of amount, we'll just decide on the fly, add some height to our orbit, go up to that height, drop him again, throw him back down, see at what point this nose cone can't deal with the heat, if that ever becomes a problem, and then see at what point just everything starts exploding. That's the idea there. We might still have an overheating issue with these guys. I think we'll be cool on these ones, but I just don't know with these boys here. You know what, Pawn? What? The problem with them not occluding, I mean, these parts that are inside of it are occluding. I think that should be okay, but maybe if I dragged them just a little bit further back, if I drag them like as much back as I feel comfortable with visually. I like getting that extra little glisten from the side like that. You know, to be inside the cone, the occlusion cone that we presume exists. It might be an occlusion cylinder, I don't know. Let's see. Amazing that silly thing actually works, isn't it, Phoenix? No two fins, says Xenonji? No, I moved away from the design. Just didn't like it. It was too hard to deal with. It's always going to be generating lift in a certain direction. And, you know, it's supposed to be a lawn JART. It needs to have a tail. Lowrider drop pod is the rage these days. In it, though, it looks friggin' cool now. Charred black for quick reuse. Have you brought back the pilots orbiting Kerbal? Do you need to buy another one? Well, I haven't. That's the first thing that we're going to do, is bring those pilots back, and then we'll be able to send one of these up for testing. Who's the sacrificial lamb or a brave test pilot? It has been and will continue to be one of our scientists, something Bert? Dumbert? I can't remember his name. Stream break? Absolutely time for a stream break. Whatever adjustment that I just made on this, back into sub-assemblies. I'm not even sure if I did make an adjustment. You might have. And then Kerbal JART Mark 7, overwrite it, delete. And we've now saved that boy. And she's ready to go up. She's ready to go up. We've also removed the battery from this design. We had a battery on there for an extra 0.005, which allowed us to deploy, you know, once we were free of whatever ship it is. But I don't want it there if I don't need to have it. I mean, you don't need to have it. Maybe I do want it there. How many parts are we now? 19. It's a nice round 20 if I put it on there. It just does give you that option of being able to pull away and then make adjustments on the fly and stuff. Maybe I do want it. Let me... It might look really cool. Now that we've changed the structure here too, it might help even. So is that an absolute? That's an absolute. Pull you down. Okay. And that should be dead center. Yeah, should be. And now we'll drag in. Put you just completely behind the cage. It's kind of neat. Definitely have enough room for it. Can still touch it and stuff. If I bring you so that you're just barely clipping through, yeah, then you're going into the Kerbal's foot space. We can't do that. We can't move the seat back because that's problematic. And we can. Let me just look. If I take him back more. If I took him back to like there. How do I feel about that? Why am I seeing as though the... Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Is this model... Are these models not centered to one another? You see how that goes off at an angle there? What the hell's with that? Kid? Give me you. Give me an... Ooh, if I absolute snap, we're gonna lose some things. On a local, if I move you just a touch to the left, like that should be dead center then. Right there. I wonder if we were always a little bit off center. Now that I've got it there, I can always control Z. Go into the absolute snap and touch it. Oh god. Bring it back up to like right there, and then I look at it again from dead over top down. Yeah, the top dead center snap is, you know, the model, we're at a real weird place for it, I guess. When I do it manually, we're right there. And it's such a minor thing. I might just leave it there. Just give it that little drag. Just trying to use it as a visual... Because that was bothering me. Every time I looked at it from the side, I'm like, that's... Why does it look like that? Yeah. That gets him back without changing the height that we had him at. If I move it forward... Where's the closest that he can be without his little toesies dipping into it. I don't know. Do you think that's reasonable? What do you think? There has to be like a training platform for newbies. Fits black-yellow theme. What does? This? You like this? Will there ever be a family version of JART? Multiples. You know what I thought? Okay, this came to my head. Oh, and I see there's a big chunk of text I gotta read back from Xenon. This came into my head. If I made one that's twice the size of the nose cone, because one Kerbal barely fits behind here in this, but if I made something that was a double-sized nose cone for 2 people to come back, then each of the seats could be upside down from one another, which should cancel out the weird lift that we see from the Kerbal seat when we're trying to fly with the thing on a parachute. But the weight of it would, you know, make it so that we probably still couldn't use it that way, but it might cancel that out anyway, was a thought. But no, I'm not going to make a 2-seater. I would make a 2-seater side by side. Could try. Yeah. I'll leave that to you. I'm just not sure if I love the metal being sheared the way it would have to be sheared for that. I think I could deal with that. I wish it didn't have that little gap there. I might even sacrifice some of his head space to get rid of it. Just because it has, you know, it's the difference between whether it looks solid or doesn't. We know that he needs all the headspace he can get. I mean, not for the sake of not dying, necessarily, but... I've been looking the whole time, all throughout design, I've been like, I keep trying to, well, what if I did this? What if I did that? In terms of how low I feel comfortable making this seat, trying to make it, you know, blend in a way that I'm okay with. And I think the most that I could do, that I could tolerate, is to have it look like we've welded this around the corner and then along there, but it's one solid piece, and then this has been welded right there in the middle. And then I step back from it and I look at it and I just hate it. Pull it up a little bit. I hate that less. Yeah. I hate that less. I forgot to wish you a happy Insurrection Day. Oh yes, Mosaic Task Force. And I forgot to read the big thing from Xenon G. Thank you for reminding me. The Fitness Gram Pacer Test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Line up at the start. The running speed starts slowly, but gets faster each time you hear this sound. Ding! A single lap completed each time you hear this sound. Ding! What is that from? Is that from a thing? Hello Neptune Star, by the way. Jesus, I'm being horrible with chat. I get so focused on this little this little build we're doing. JB Weld should hold just fine, says Bearing Brain. Yeah. That's it. That's gotta be it, right? It's gotta be, for now, it. And then later we'll do it again. So, overwrite the JART Mark 7. Yep. That's what we got. That's what it is. That's how you be. Make sure that when it comes out the way that I expect it to. Yeah. Oh, now I love the look of that. I look at it from there and the way that metal drifts off into the thing. It's a stripe. It makes it faster. Yep. There she is. That's the one. That's what we're going with. And now we need to bring a bunch of pilots home so that we can send this up to be tested at multiple different heights to see how high, or in other words, how fast we can whip one of these things at Kerbal and be able to get somebody home. And you know, another consideration of that is, do we have enough monoprop to push back from some massive height? Like breaking the orbit of the moon and then coming home in something this light, you know, I have taken monoprop out of the ball, and we always have extra. We always have extra in all of our tests, which is another thing to think if we really wanted it to be even lighter. Right now it's showing 0.227. I could just pull out even more monoprop, 224, 221. Like, if we had the minimum amount of monoprop necessary to, like, release from the ship, turn around, and come home from LKO, then that's what we are. If we fill this thing to the top, 2.36. 2.33 is, or 0.233 is pretty good. Considering we want to do tests from a whole bunch of different heights, I'm going to just stick with what I already have and already like. No, I'm not. I'm going to put it at 233. Yeah. More mono than you need, more weight up front there to help pull our center of mass. I don't know. We're going to call that good. Which means now you've changed another thing, you damn bastard. You build something on the ship to yeet the dart back down to Kerbal. I had thought about maybe having it be like a robotic arm thing that's... But like having something that'll load it into... You could have... If you could position these in front of your own thrusters, you burn and that would fire it back. But you'll be creating prograde while you're sending it retrograde. This is the best way to do it. I've decided. Don't give me any more ideas. You don't think we've been here long enough? You want more of this? You want another hour and a half of me being like, I'm not sure. I think 2 pixels to the left might be more preferable. Okay. That's it. That's her. Throw her away. She's in storage. If I look at her longer, we'll make another version. Now we need to bring Valentina Kerman, who is in orbit right now in our 40-ton shuttle home, or maybe Val stays up there and we just bring Jebediah home. Wow, look at you guys just at like 1 frame per second finding the sun or whatever it is that you're pointing at. I don't know, what are you pointing at there? Doesn't matter. That's what we need to do, is go up and bring at least one of them home. I might leave Val up there. She's in the shuttle. Maybe there's a use for her. I sent the 40-ton shuttle up just to do it, and now there's a vessel in orbit with like 2,500 meters per second of delta V, and there are people stranded in places or something. I don't know what we could do with it. We'll have a look, but we're going to have a look after a live stream break, because I certainly need to pee. Yeah, that's our next thing, is sending this thing up for test. We just got to clear the skies first. So grab yourself a pee, take yourself a beer, meet me back here in 7 minutes, and we will find out just how hard you can throw a Kerbal at the atmosphere without them popping. Pulling not out. She's been digging a hole to freedom, is what she's been doing. She's been digging. Welcome back to a twitch.tv/RonanPawn live stream on twitch.tv/RonanPawn. Yes, late. Only because I set the timer there. I could set it longer and then I'd never be late. But then what experience I mentioned earlier about like drinking copious amounts of green tea at the Zen Center and not liking green tea. You don't drink it to like it then, you know. I talked about that aspect of it, but, you know, it wasn't like a nuisance. It wasn't a bother. It wasn't something that I, you know, looked, what's the opposite of forward? It's not something that I looked backward to. That's something that I was trying to avoid or wish wouldn't happen or something like that. I just, you know, you didn't drink it for the taste that you enjoyed. You drank it for the taste that was an experience that you could have. Holy shit, what is all that happening? Oh, those are all of our, wow, many different weird launches that we put to Drez. Just throwing stuff at Drez, seeing if anything's stuck. They'll all stick. I don't know if anyone will stick an orbit. Definitely not gonna. They could stick a landing, but I mean they'd be more stuck in the landing. Finally got a screenshot of the band name. Now found it on Bandcamp. I can finally hear "Stick It to the Man" whenever I want to. It's my buddy Greg Aubrey. We used to be in bands together. Analog Lights was our first one. No, 5 Years to Live was our first one. Then it was Analog Lights, and then completely different like band makeup, and it was Dead Letters. But we were in 3 different bands together, unless I've forgotten one. I drum, and I play guitar and sing and do other things, but I drum almost well, you might say. People, when I'm practicing, People Mover Dart Test Mark 1 is one of the ships that we need to bring home, potentially. Wait, Mark 1, we got a Mark 1, we got a Mark 2, and we should have, yeah, I mean, you're up here, but where's Val? Did Val fly one of the... I thought we sent the 40-ton shuttle up. Where is it? Something that I'm not showing? Toggle debris. Well, she better not be debris. Is Valentina dead? Did I... Maybe I redacted... Maybe I just rolled time back on that launch. Yeah, that's probably what I did. Let's hope that she's not dead. But we do need to bring some of these ships down in order to get some pilots back and stuff. Wasn't Val's called Temp? Oh yeah, what? Was it? Yeah, no, it was called Temp. It should still be a ship. Somewhere in orbit. We got all the things listed. Except for like flags and unknown and debris. She shouldn't be debris. I'm going to assume that she's back at base. We need to bring some of these down, so the plan here is we've just, hopefully, finished the final Mark 7th remodel on our Kerbal JART return system, and we want to bring one up with on a ship that's got enough fuel for us to take it all the way up to Minmus if it happened to work out. I don't think we'll get to Minmus on it, but you know, for as high as we need to go in order to test throwing it at the atmosphere from various heights and therefore at various speeds and therefore under various thermal conditions as it re-enters, and see at what point it stops working for us. But we were doing a fair bit of that on the last live stream with a number of different ships, and I just didn't bother to bring any of them home. So first we're going to clear our airspace. Jebediah's here flying this one. What's your apoapsis and periapsis, Jeb? 73. Burn her down. Well, wait. Maybe I could burn her down in a fun way and try and get back to the KSC. Always trying to do that and never quite manage it. I think I've been leaving late as opposed to early more often. It just seems like whatever it is that I did last, I then correct for it and I overcorrect. There. I'm gonna fire from here. Get to your retrograde and let's do this in a hurry so we don't miss this. Well, no. I didn't mean to. I meant to fizz warp. All right. Well, we've already missed my launch window that I picked. Burn it down on your parry. There it is. To 30K return. 30K return. And yeah, I think we're gonna miss that. I mean, that's like at a 30K. From there to there, That's like just a quarters rotation. I think we need more of it. Could burn down harder. Yes, you could, but you're not going to. Alright, Jeb. I should just be able to hit space, and then you're coming home. Didn't work. There. Alright, now Jeb's on his way. Let's get into free mode cam. And we get to come down in the daylight for once. But yeah, we'll bring him down, and we could bring the other guy down. I could get them both going at once. There's still time for that. I don't know that there's still time for that. I like this extra opportunity I've got to try and get closer to actually landing at the KSC that I just never really pull off. And I think we've done it late, and I think we need to be a little bit further behind a quarter of a rotation if I'm coming down at 30K. But we are at 4 times Fizz Warp now. And we just watch it come back down. So, yeah, I'm planning with the tests for dropping the lawn JART to just quick save, quick load, you know, revert, revert, revert. So we'll drop them, we'll see how it goes, then we'll take the same ship, get it up to a higher height, drop them again, see how it goes, take the same ship, get up to a higher height, drop them again, see how it goes. What was that? Oh, that's Duna Rising. Really? Not even heating effects yet? Yeah, you're gonna miss this thing, aren't you? What are we looking at out there? Huh? What's our... Oh? I mean, yeah, we do tend to miss it like this every time. There's a chance. It's still coming in. It's still falling. We're gonna be hitting some serious atmo right now. So let's all just remember that that was like a quarter of a turn. Pretty dead on a quarter of a turn. The 30K from low orbit. What mod was that? Hover over a planet in the distance and it tells you? That's awesome. Distant object, I think it's called. Nope, we've come down early. We didn't actually manage to clear the mountains before the KSC. Okay, wow, a little bit later than a quarter? I'm always missing it in a new, interesting way. Are you, like, already deployed? Because you made a lot of sound effects. At 3K, I'll pop this parachute. And Jeb should be just fine. Hello, Hoomstonivet. What's up, Pawn? Looking comfy as always. Yeah, that's one of the benefits of this job. I'm actually wearing jeans today. I'm wearing non-bedtime pants. We don't need that heat shield. I just like to hear the explosion sounds occasionally. I love this model. It's so textured. So much normal mapping. Normal mapping? Normal mapping in order to give it that extra feel. Very nice. So that's Jeb back. We have another craft to return, I think, before we send this up. And that'll be actually, that should be our new pilot. We hired a new pilot on the last live stream for 150K, made sure that he was as stupid as he possibly could be and had no courage to him whatsoever. Because, you know, if we're paying money out, then we want to waste it, apparently. So back out to him. If I recall correctly, he's a spooky-looking character. Where are you? You, sir? Let's go fly this guy and bring him down as well. See if we can't hit the KSC this time. So a little bit past what I measured by eye as a quarter of a turn. Yeah, there he is. Melny. I guess he keeps the AC in the cockpit like really, really down. Really likes him a cool temperature. So that's a half turn. We could actually focus Kerbal and look at it with the KSC at, you know, compass south, more or less. And then a little bit past a quarter. So if I start prepping for it now, then we should be doing it at the correct time, once it's the correct time. Get on your retro. And I will do again exactly 30-something. It should be a 30 when we're done here. I love that that's just an empty space. All right. Yeah, it's just maybe a little bit further past the quarter there. We were real close. Right there. That's what I'm going to say. So, Perry, come on down for us. To a 30, please. I'm not exactly on the retrograde either. There you go. 30.3 from there. And see how that does. So, throw all this away. I gotta remember what visual style I choose when I'm putting ships like that together, because that don't look right. Get on your retro surface. I'll get you there once we hit Atmo. And then SAS off, because you won't be able to hold this yourself. He's not the right kind of pilot yet. Maybe just doing an orbit, Nelny will get a level up, and then he'll be able to hold pro and retro. We'll see. Is he feeling well? He looks happy. He may be delirious. Pretty sure he doesn't have a fever, is the thing. Let's see. Was there anything? Would be cool if he had all versions of JART printed as 3D models and presented them like Iron Man suits. I have a closet that just like the wall turns and opens up, and it's all just Kerbal JARTs that we spent. Is it 3 live streams? It would be, yeah, this would be the 3rd live stream that we spent tweaking and modifying, and the first one worked fine, but I don't know. I got unsatisfiable standards apparently. Okay. That's where we're landing as of now. And we are... that ship? And that's the KSC? Really? Did I maybe was looking at the wrong thing when I set this return up? Maybe that's what happened? I don't know, because there's the KSC. We kind of overshot it a little bit. Damn it. Is it just me, or is he blue? I don't think he's sad. I think, you know, he's put the past behind him. He looks excited to be here. Damn, I hate that I missed that opportunity. I must have been looking at that one. Oh, there she is. Temp. That's her. So Val is still up there. We gotta bring Val down, too. Or not. I was thinking maybe not for Val, because she's got a 40-ton shuttle in orbit. It's got some docking ports on it. I don't know. It might be useful to something at some point. Val doesn't mind sticking around in orbit for a while, and she's already done some good solid testing on this project for us. We can let Jeb handle the rest of it. Or send Nelny back up. I don't think we're sending Nelny back up. He claps a little bit too much for my taste. Yeah, I can't see the planet at all on my screen. I presume it's down there somewhere, though. Can't oversee. We got 12 kilometers before we slam into the ground. That's helpful. We're, yep, 6-5. At 3, I deploy the parachute. Wow, still can't see the ground. Parachute away. Okay, starting to see, like, is that a coastal line there? No, that is a cat hair on my screen when I rotate and see that. Okay, there we are. It's an ocean. It's definitely an ocean. We'll hang on to this ablator because it'll get us some extra money back, I suppose. But yeah, missed the KSC. Not by that much. Not by that much. Maybe I did know what I was doing, and it's just I don't understand. I can never hit the Space Center. I would definitely like to have one of them there mods, but we're playing in you know, my whole thing here is to play vanilla, but I would definitely like one of them there mods that projects where you're going to land so that you can really target the location. New space station to do target practice on? I mean, we're building it for the purpose of a space station. But I don't want to get into the building of a space. We'll be here for another 17 hours, the way that I like to do things. No, I don't want to get into that today. Unless, you know, our tests go successful, and then we can start on it, but it probably won't be finished today. I'm going to leave Val in orbit then on the temp. We found her. That's the thing, is that she's a probe. She's a satellite. Her icon in the tracking station isn't what I thought it would be, which is why I overlooked her. So now we need to send this up in a ship that has an excess of Delta V, so that it could push us all the way out to Minmus if we wanted to test, if we were able to test from that height before things start blowing up, which I don't think they will. I don't think we'll get that far, rather. I think they will start blowing up. So maybe we just start from the People Mover DART Test Mark II, and then we add DV until satisfied. So that's the last one that we took up in our previous tests. Take you away, throw you out, and bring in the final Mark 7. What we presume will be the final Mark 7. Oh, you look so much better. And the black and yellow with the battery carries on the theme and everything. You're beautiful. You're beautiful, honey. In order to... This one does need to be extended before it's released, because it doesn't have a battery, and we've done that before with this ship, so maybe I will give it the room. No, it doesn't, because we've got the battery on board, you silly man. You decided you wanted it, so we're fine with that. It could even be a smaller space, but I don't think it fits in a smaller space. And also, remember, you keep saying, if without the truss structure, ship ends up looking pretty damn weird once you're up there. So, yes, from there we just need to add enough DV to this ship for potential Minmus stylings. So I'm going to start by just grabbing this and going to three-sided symmetry on the SRBs. And without even looking at the SRBs, let's focus on the liquid fuel. DV, altitude, about 12K. So when we tend to switch over onto liquid fuel from our SRBs. We got 2,400 meters per second. If I go over to our Delta V map, which should be here, we can see that Minmus is 930 up there. Given it an extra 1,000, it would get us out to Minmus, and then we'd have to do the test on a return trajectory. That'd be fine. Yeah, so we want an extra 1,000 DV on top of what we would usually have. Okay. So, do we want to make a transfer stage then? Because that would make more sense. I mean, you're going to have to... This whole design's going to be ripped apart. Just set those aside, because, yeah, we're going to want a bigger engine and a bigger everything, so you go away. And we'll just start with the payload and build from there. Sort by mass. Give me dat der fuel tank. Wait. Yes, the big one. I haven't had the big one. We recently bought it, I guess. So you with a Bobcat engine. Or the Bobcat. There you are. Immediately showing 2,801 meters per second DV at sea level with a 2.72 TWR. Damn it. That engine is way overpowered. Right, but were you going to do a transfer stage, or... It's not enough DV yet. Oh, right. Of course. We need basically 3,500, and then we'll get the first 1,000 out of the SRBs would be the plan there. So give me another one of you. Put you on, and then you on. 3,400 with a TWR of 2, which is definitely overkill, but it keeps it simple, stupid. I'll tell you what, I'll put on a little bit extra even. Yeah. Put a little bit more on. Maybe not one of you. Maybe just one of you. Why don't these models, these design choices that they've made line up in any way? There you go. So that's 35 with a TWR of 1.9, so we might not burn at full throttle. But now we're carrying so much weight to get 1,000 out of the SRBs from sea level, we're going to need a fair bit more. Oh, Val's ship can just be the space station? Yeah, I'm presuming these SRBs just won't even be enough for what we want to happen here. Just you sit over there for a minute. TWR-wise. Oh, they're not far off. They're not far off with a TWR of 1.21 and 922 meters per second. I do want them to go over 1,000, and we don't want to have that little. So maybe we can get away with just 2, but we go up to the next size. It's probably going to be one of those, it's overkill or it's underkill no matter what you do kind of thing. So the next size would be the Kickback SRB. And that's suddenly 1,583, which is too much with a TWR of 1.75, which is too much, yes. Isn't it always just that way? That way, it's the way of the way. If I do the 3, and I burn the liquid fuel alongside of it, and I put even more liquid fuel on there, because we've got it to go. So, I will upgrade you to the next guy. Just keeping it something that we can do in a hurry. Slap it together, not worry about it too much. From altitude, 3,600. And then the 3 of you, 890 meters per second DV with a 1.18. 4 of you, 1.35 with 1,000 DV. And that's from sea level. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Don't usually do 4-sided symmetry on launches like this, but okay. Could have the... No. We'll do it in a way that makes sense instead. A little bit of aerodynamic control with our fins. So while we're going up on our SRBs, unsupported, as they won't need anything, we'll be able to actually, you know, control it a little bit in midair. But that should do it then, right? Because we start at sea level, we get a little bit over 1,000 meters per second of DV with a good TWR. Switch over at altitude to our liquid fuel. We've got 3,515. We only need 3,400 to make orbit, so subtract the 1,000 that we get off of that. We've got 2,500, or we've got 1,500. We've got 1,100 left after that, and we only need 950 to get out to Minmus Heights, so that should do it for us. Check the staging. SRBs fire first and alone. Drop the SRB, switch over to liquid fuel, throw the fairing way, and then come home. Drop our payload and come home. Alright, so this will be the People Mover Test Mark III, and we're going into full, meaningful testing here. I really hope that this is that this is all good. It's still all good, because if it's not, we gotta come back. It'll be a little bit disappointing. But I think we're ready to go, and now it's a matter of we need 2 volunteers, we need a pilot, and Nelny can now fly. And this is an official test, and I don't usually like to allow Jebediah to feel like he's, you know, making headway in this program at all. Alright, I'm going to let Jeb do it, but Ronbert's going to be our test boy. He's a scientist, which means he can't just, like, hold SAS when he's driving this thing back and allow the RCS to, like, correct for him, which is what I want. I want it to have to flop in the wind under the worst possible scenario. If we had the RCS and could use the SAS, potentially this thing is, you know, perfect without anything. Something, what? It's better, even. Alright, we've got the crew loaded. Push her out to the pad. So test number 1 will be from LKO. Just 73, something like that, kilometers circular orbit around Kerbal, and then we'll move it up and move it up and move it up some more. I don't really want to be doing things at night, and we are on the... We just turned night over here, so let's let time pass. And we'll launch at morning. Just let the astronauts, you know, get a good sleep. And we'll launch into the sunrise. Yes. Yes, this will be good. So there, F5. SAS on, throttle to full, and Houston, can we get a countdown?
Is this it? Are we done now? My God, 3 friggin' live streams. I don't know how many launches I've had to count down. Some of them I just didn't because I was on strike temporarily. By the way, thanks for all of that money and health care that you gave me. Is this going to be the last time that we play around with the damn people movers?
Well, we've changed the name. They're now the Kerbal Lawn Jarts, so yes.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Good. I'm glad we were able to settle that, you know. I did have to hire, like, union negotiators to put up, like, a lot of flyers that would try and convince people that it actually wasn't in their best interests to do what was clearly in their best interests, and Houston was forced to attend a number of company meetings where we played them back, you know, these, like, childish videos like you'd see in grade school about, you know, not doing drugs, except for it's about, like, not being a commie. But we did manage to get that negotiation straightened away, and now Amazon doesn't have to take care of its employees at all. They just fire the. I mean, we've here at the Space Center. I'm not talking about Bezos. We're doing great is the important part there, because we're at 7 kilometers with almost all of our SRB juices gone. Getting ready to switch over to the liquid fuel. Just gotta hit the space bar on this craft. Boom! Bye, boys. Damn. How we doing on our Apple apps? Already to 24K there. I want to turn down a lot faster than that happened. It was not easy, actually, to get it to turn in the direction I wanted while we were just on SRBs. I can feel the bottom heaviness of this craft. Still pulling down 36. 37 on the Apple apps. Turn. 40 on the Apple apps, and we're at 25. It's okay. Anything, I prefer to be 10, but anything that's less than 20 will do it for me, usually. There we go. 44, and we're at 31. Now just hold on the horizon. Pure horizon burn now. I thought announcers also stated what the mission is about. Yeah, well, he had a really good contract negotiator, so he doesn't really have to do anything at this point. And we have to, you know, make sure that he doesn't die, apparently. A lot of bullshit, you know. Are you kidding me? They just work here, you know? I have to actually care about what the... Wow, look at the plume! That's fucking beautiful! That's the prettiest looking burn I've ever seen. Also, our apoapsis and our periapsis. Look at this burn. Look at this burn. Stopping at 74 kilometers. That was a brilliant ascent. I loved the multicolored plume of it, and our periapsis is already at negative 119. And we got 1,433 meters per second of delta V left. That was a beautiful ascent. Wow, when you make a ship that's, like, makes sense instead of the way that I usually build them, they just go up. It's so nice. But yeah, apparently, look at how far around. Ah, what a nice burn. Hello. Akrif? There's some names. Yep, just follow your orbital up here. Yeah, now we've got to actually, like, he's got to have a plan where he can go and see a doctor without worrying whether or not he's going to go into bankruptcy. What, you know, how am I supposed to keep him, under my foot heel of economic desperation, make sure that he does whatever I ask him to and comes in on weekends if he's got all of these rights as an employee? What a bunch of bullshit, right, Bezos? Right, DoorDash? We're all in agreement, aren't we? Oh wait, that's them calling me now. Quincy, Illinois, hang on, just gotta take this one. Hello? Okay, it's an important message. The Student Loan Forgiveness Program is contacting. Something's being expiring soon. I'm pre-approved. If you'd like to be removed from our thing, just, you know, hold the 9 button until the end of time. Thanks, Quincy. Thank you. I don't have a student loan. If we reached you in error by, you know, buying people's phone numbers off of the dark web, if we accidentally got... it may be a scam. No, I don't think so. They seemed really on the level. Calamitous Penguin with the sub. 5 months of sub, 3-month streak. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Thank you so much for the support. I did want to notify you, Calamitous Penguin. I don't know if you know this or not, but recently I saw on your... I'm a representative for Amazon, Comcast, AT&T, Netflix, the federal government, and what I saw was that someone just placed an order for an iPad 52, the latest model, for and that's going to be like a $99 charge on your... I know it sounds like, how would they get that at $99? But anyway, you don't want that to go through, right? I was just going to stop that for you. I'm just real quick going to need your credit card number, your password information, social security, firstborn child on a contract, like a personal waiver for me to post naked pictures of you on the internet, and 3 pints of blood, and then we can just cancel that $99 charge today. So email me soon. Little Magnets with the sub, tier 2 sub, 23 months, 20-month streak. Everybody's big dicking it right now. Thank you, Little Magnets. The like 89, how's it going? Did you kill a Kerbal yet? Sadly, no. Oh, I will if we don't pay attention that we've got NapWaps coming up. I'll be sending it to you soon, says Calamitous Penguin. Yeah, just you send. In fact, just so that I know that it comes in, why don't you send me like $500 in Walmart gift cards, and I'll send them back to you at 150 for every 100. So you're making out in the deal. Really, it's I don't know what I'm doing. I shouldn't have said that out loud, but now I've made the offer. I got to stick to it. So you just mail those to me. My address is 725 McLaughlin Street, India. And you hit me up there, and we are totally gonna just take care of this. What did I tell you that it was? Because it's got to be, it's something. Your grandmother is in the hospital, something along those lines, something you care about. Whatever it is that you care about, it's definitely that, and you need to take care of it. And I'm here to help. Let's get the app WAPs. Let's get the Perry apps brought up here. Yeah. Perry apps. Just get a nice circular orbit without wasting fuel. There we go. 73.8 on one side, 75.1 on the other. That'll do for a circularization. We've got 1,230 meters per second of delta V left in this craft, F5, which means we can go all the way out to min-miss height for the tests that we are about to conduct, my friend. And I forgot to drop the fairing because I was too busy talking to Illinois. I'm sure that's where that call was coming from, too. Get me into free cam, as we like it better when the planet's underneath us in orbit. And you can hold prograde if you'd like, just for the camera, just so that it looks nice. You got to frame your shots and everything. In 3, 2, 1, fairings away. And this is our test vessel, in case you're just joining us. This is our 0.227 ton drop. I think I gave it more fuel now. I think it's no, it's 0.233. Nice round 1/3 of an extra ton. 2 1/3 tons. 0.2 1/3 tons. All of the ways that you could say it wrong. And then the last one. Vessel that is designed to return a Kerbal, a single Kerbal, to Kerbin from low orbit, and we're testing it today. We're going to be testing it now to see, confirm that it still does it from low orbit, because we've had similar craft that have been doing this, but then we're just going to keep taking it up and up and up and up and see at what point Ronbert fails to survive. But for test number 1, which should just go well, hopefully. I mean, we haven't flown it that many times. I'll get to, tweak maybe a little bit what's going on the craft. Oh, hey, you're a lot closer than I thought you were. There you go. And then just pop in. Thank God the seat wasn't blocked or something. I forget that that's a possibility. How do you look since I've moved things around? How tight is this? It's perfect. It's perfect. The tips of his shoes are just about rubbing the battery, but he's not like actually... That's exactly the way that we want it. Excellent. Excellent, my friends. I love those Scam the Scammer YouTube vids. Yeah, I follow Jim Browning. I haven't watched much of his videos lately, but I like Jim. He's low-key. Some of the guys that do like the crazy stuff to him and use voice changers and stuff, it's fun to start, and then it just gets kind of like, I don't know, a little bit excessively performative. Definitely for the sake of entertainment as opposed to, you know, doing the goal. Whereas Jim Browning is actually very much a white hat hacker, maybe even gray hat hacker, and he manages to penetrate their systems, get his own stuff, be able to turn their webcams on, be watching them from their security cameras, download their financial records. Like, he hacks them, and I like the legitimacy of that. But he's also kind of, he's very, it's melatonin. Watching him is very sedating, watching his video. Mark 68 or Mark 69. Yeah, one of those is how many versions we've been through so far. Didn't I tell you to follow your prograde, damn it? So, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? We're F5ing from here? No, we don't even have to F5 from here. In fact, just in case I screw everything up, we're going to Alt F5 from here. Call this just in case I screw everything up. Everything with a G even up. Alright, and then we can come back to there and then, you know, have to deal with things that are in this situation. But, so step number one is, one of the little nuisances of this thing is that we are embedded into the decoupler. And that means that when we decouple, we're going to fly away. The decoupler is set to, I believe, 0. It's either 1% or 0% decouple force. Doesn't make a difference when you're embedded, this happens. But it's fine. The craft is designed to sustain that, apparently. Ronbert is now, it just helps it exit the docking bay without, you know, any additional force required, is the thing. So Ronbert is now ready to pilot this craft. He's a scientist, which means he has no SAS. I can't use that. Everything on this thing is controlled by RCS. Okay, there's a little oversight. We need to, yeah. We need to do the actuation toggles again on this when we get back. So I'll have to do this next time again. But for now, you guys are just supposed to be for alt. That's all that I want. And I can 4x throttle on you? 4x throttle on you then, baby. Yeah, and that'll be all 4 of those. These boys are supposed to be just for roll. No 4x throttle on you. And then these boys handle most of our moves there. The little ones in back there, they handle yaw, pitch, no roll, port starboard, dorsal ventral, no fore aft. Okay. So we'll have to set that up again, both in the VAB model and once we get back into the ship when we revert from this thing. But so, RCS for rotation, working. What's firing there? Oh, are you guys not in symmetry? You didn't affect in symmetry? Because you're all contributing to it, and I'm not interested in that. So apparently I'm going to have to show actuation toggles on every friggin' one of these. You're for exclusively fore aft and 4x throttle. Fore aft and 4x throttle. Already did you. Fore aft and 4x throttle. Oh, and apparently I have to do them all individually. Wow, there's like no symmetry saved on this craft. Yaw, pitch, you're just for roll. Right, and now it controls as I expect it to, except that, hang on, whoa. Like, can I just reverse the general operation of you guys? Is that a thing? Always full action? What's always full action? I don't... Always fire at full power? It doesn't look like I can reverse those controls. What about from the seat? I can control from here. The seat has an ejection force? Can I set the seat up to eject? It says the external seat. I didn't realize there was an ejector on the seat. Oh, for when he exits it, it's not really an ejector. I thought that maybe the seat could just and go off. That would be fucking cool. But that's just when he exits the seat. We can control how hard he does that. Silly. Who's a calamitous penguin? Jim is a hero, he deserves a model. You meant Jim Browning, not the Jim that's in chat. But you could have a consolation medal, Jim. It's a spin separation, just like a Starlink deployment. So, yeah, now my controls are not exactly what I expect of them. It's down to go... I mean, it is. I just need to look at the ball and not the thing. It feels like it's down to go up and stuff, but I can just get you onto your retrograde here. And incidentally, this is the point at which... See, that's the weird part. I keep trying to press up to go down, down to go up. This is the point at which we will go to full target extension. And maybe I'll lock it. And now we're going to 4x throttle and see how much this thing, you know, noses up or down as we try and burn just straight. Full throttle, and it's just a little bit. That's pretty good. What I would like to do is see if I can't, like, tune those. Can I fine-tune them? Since I do have individual control, if we're burning down, if I thrust limit you, let's say to 90, and I thrust limit you... Oh, well, now you're in symmetry mode, but not for setting your fucking... Bastards. All bastards is what they are. Alright, you guys all be at 100, but then you don't contribute at all. Alright, I can remove from symmetry. Gotta love Kerbal. Yeah, which things are actually symmetry controlled and which aren't. We just find out as we go. I will remove the two of you from symmetry. You're out of symmetry. You're out of symmetry. And then set you to a 90. Don't make me do that. Alright. Set you to a 90. Set you to a 90. And now, get right on our retrograde again. Try and zero our rolls and everything. There we go. And then H. Wait, no, by throttle. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. It's drifting up ever so slightly, maybe? Which would mean putting just a touch more on each of these. Let's go to like 91. I mean, it's that close to perfect that it's 1, not 2 away. If it's even that, it might be a 90.5. 91. And then you're back on the retrograde. Perfect. As perfect as I can get. There will always be a little drift. And go. Now it's driving down ever so slightly. Which would mean, yeah, it's going to be a 90.5. 90.5. 90.5. You're back on your retro. And let's just fire it again and see. I'm even going to make you planar to the horizon here if I can. You know, closely anyway. Something like that, and then burn. Perfect. Perfect at a 90.5. Now we know exactly what we want to do there. We have got a periapsis now that's just hitting the planet, which was my intention. So now we can just spin her around. Point it into the wind. And if this is all still what we had from last time, then the point at which the tail is extended right now, which is 0.78 instead of a 0.8 that it would usually start with, should be exactly what's needed to hold us as close to our prograde as we descend as we've been able to. Let's find out. We're hitting Atmo, and I'm going to go to 4 times Fizz, and we do expect to have some weird drift right here. We're in such a low amount of atmosphere that we get some some, you know, rotational forces from the passing atmosphere, but we don't have like enough drag yet for these fins to really kick in and help us. So we're, I guess maybe because our center of mass is wherever it happens to be at this point. And then once the drag forces start kicking in, this tail is going to do us more and more and more good by the time we're hitting plasma, which should be very shortly. Look at how much speed we're losing, how quickly, too, above those rates. Okay, what is that that's getting hot? And now all of those are getting hot, too. Is it the battery? That looks like it's the battery getting hot. And the battery and all of our, I mean, it could just be the nose cone itself getting hot. That tick might be in the same sort of a place there. It's hard to tell. Hard to be sure. Does anybody know if there's like a place in the interface for me to see that? I really should have paid attention to how we looked while we were going down prograde, but I was trying to see where those thermal ticks are. I think the parts that are connected directly... Well, did these get hot, though? Is another thing. F11? F11. Oh, for the... I'm not going to mess with it right now. Where are we? Are we coming down over land or over water? Looks like water. Okay. I'm not going to mess with it right now because the next part of this is... It's not going to work. We know it's not going to work, but we're going to try it anyway. We always keep trying it. So, deploy shoot, immediate when safe. He won't deploy it because his RCS is on, and if his RCS is on, then it won't deploy the shoot when you're in a bike seat. So what we found out was that if you just take the jetpack off, then the RCS goes off, and then you can deploy the shoot. Another little bug. Alt F4. I should try that one. F11 toggles the heat map? Like heat ticks and stuff like that? Yeah. Does it like toggle? Well, and then we can see the colors of each thing that's hot, couldn't we? Yeah, no, that's a good call. That is correct, isn't it? Yeah, I can see the ocean. I can see the ocean coming up at us. Our parachute will deploy full at 1,000 meters, and sadly this thing will not fly like we'd like it to. We're just going to end up spinning and flopping. But that's okay, because this was just a thing that's designed for you to ride down. RCS. Okay, you're not flopping. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. I was able to kind of, like, it stayed on one axis. Hang on. Yup, with the RCS, I was kind of able to fly the thing. And we got it all the way down. Oh my god, this never happened before. This never happened before. The only thing that blew up was the seat, apparently, which is why we got kicked out of it. Or maybe the seat fell off and it's floating around here somewhere else, but the whole damn thing just came down. Oh, that's brilliant. We've tried it so many times and it just wouldn't. It refused, and now I was going straight down, but then I used the RCS to like flatten us out, and I wasn't thinking that it was going to work at all, so I didn't really try. And then I managed to get it a little bit. We got to try this again from orbit, from the same orbit that we were in. Which means I've got to reconfigure this whole craft, which is something that I, needed to do anyway. But cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, you might want to, like, head above water there. I know you're in a spacesuit, but still, don't test it that thoroughly. Excellent. We got to run this one again, though. I want to see this clearly. I'd also like to do it during the day instead of the night. God damn it. So F9. And we're going right back up. It's a first? Yeah. Why did it fly this time? And this was... I swear I F5'd after we already had the guy in and I'd blown that away. It's weird. Kerbal. Never really doing things twice. The same way anyway. Let's blow the fairing. And then, before we do, get people out and stuff, let's try and get this craft configured the way that it needs to be configured. So what were all of the adjustments that I made? I needed to go through all of the actuation toggles. and say, you guys are just for fore aft and 4 by throttle. So you like that. And then I have to do that on every single one of them because they're not in symmetry as concerns this, but they are in symmetry as concerns the thrust limiting. Fucking game. Show actuation toggles. I mean, it's a fair decision to make, like, if you're going to adjust these... No, they should be in symmetry. They absolutely should be, because you're doing a plane and you're changing, you're making adjustments, you would want to do that. I don't know what the fucking... There's no logic to it, it's just what happened. When no one was paying attention. When they kept, like, reinventing the same wheel and making another, you know, system for the same purpose, but this one will be active over here, and that one will be active over there, and that one will be active over there. Instead of making tight, refined classes of systems and building upon them with inheritance, the way that, you know, programmers would. Show the actuation toggles here as well. You're going to be for exclusively roll. And you also are going to be for exclusively roll. And then our rear boy back here. What, did I pin you? You don't need to be pinned. You're going to be for yaw pitch, not roll. Port starboard dorsal, no fore or aft. Yes. So that should have all of our RCS bits configured. And then on these, the top two, there's the seat. So the top two, we then remove from symmetry. Both of them. And we set both of them to a 90.5 value. And that should cause it to fly perfectly straight every time. And there was nothing else? That was it? It seemed like it. So from here now, I will F5. We all felt it and saw the word F5, didn't we? Yeah. I'm going to put you on your pro grade, even. I'm going to set this up for doing the other test for when we go to higher heights and stuff, but I do want to do the same test again. We just did. And I might even put us in a place where we'll be descending into light instead of into darkness, in case we wanted to run this test again, which hopefully we won't. So let's just get to the point where we're peeking around the sun. So we've got some light up here. You can get on your prograde. It's what happens when a PR company makes a game. I don't think they were that, though, like, to be honest, right? Squad wasn't that, were they? Free camera mode. F5 from here, and then Alt F5, and this is another thing. If you... So I've just selected into the quick save area where you can now type something. If I... like right now, if I hit something, it would start typing. If I drag over the save button, it pulls that away. And now if I start typing, it won't happen. So I click on the place that I want to type, and then I pull the mouse away, and now I can't type in it. Right there, and then if I do that, if I just drag the mouse away a little bit over a corner, I can't type in that. So you gotta, like, go up and out of the thing. You know, things you would have figured out in your own UI design, and then, like, you would have made it so it doesn't do that, and then it would have... And then you just expand that class in all of the other directions, and all of them would follow the same rules, so that you wouldn't have that problem in weird places. Quick save as, this is, I'm actually going to give this a proper name. Lawn JART test bed. This is test LKO. Lawn JART tests. Oh, I went over the thing, it selected all of it, and then it just took away everything that I typed. Also, it says quick save number 1 in there right now, but if I start typing, it goes away. But the quick save number 1 isn't selected to show you that it would go away if you start typing. Basic text-based UI design that we've had for, 50, 60 years of computing, that you could just, do it the way that it's done, or use something that someone else made. What is it? Lawn JART tests LKO. And then mouse. Okay. Temperature gauge. Temperature gauges. So we're going to play with that as we descend, huh? If I hit F11, temperature overlay is enabled or disabled. Okay, so we will turn that on when we get there. But we're now in position to get Ronbert out, and we're going to run this LKO test again because there were a couple of different things that I wanted to see. Also, when I hold shift and press off, and then he doesn't jump away, and then he's still on the ladder, that's kind of a thing. If I just hit space, then he releases. But if I hold shift and press, that might be because of the mods that I've got installed that change the models. They might have it, you know, a pixel or two off, and so I don't know. Like, if the people who made the game would have made the game right in the first place, that wouldn't happen. But it might only be happening because I've got the mods installed, and they're forcing the game to not be balanced on a fucking hair's on a hair's width of this works. So long as we don't move it left or right, this works. Yeah. Alright, so from here, we're going to decouple them. Shouldn't be any problem with that. Decouple you bounce around in there a bit. We switch over to his vessel. Turn the RCS on. I will cancel your rotation. Ooh, it doesn't really work to cancel rotation until it's deployed. It works more as a, you know, it pushes you more than it spins you. But once we're in a place where we deployed, if I hit 6, it automatically deploys on its own. I remember that we set up that action group. I will lock it. I don't think we need to, under the circumstances that we put it on under, but we will. And we are facing our retrograde. And with all the configurations I've made, it does seem to be correct. Okay, let me have chase cam on you. The chase cam is still orbital? I never even thought about that it has to make a decision about what up is, even when you're in chase cam mode, and then it just defaults to its own decision? Is that the idea? Give me locked so that I'm on his perspective then, I suppose. That's more helpful. And I'm just going to spin us flat with the horizon. Get us over to his retro. Okay, it's close enough, and burn for deorbit. It's working beautifully. Beautifully tuned. Looks cool as it does it, too. I like it. So finally crafted. Finally hewn this craft. And we will stop as soon as we've got, like, a touch in the ground. No particular reason, just what I decided to do. And now let's rotate onto our prograde. Some of these views are pretty, I don't know, like frightening. You lock the camera down and just see how small you are in relation to the universe. Actually feel like you're, you know, the Kerbal right over his shoulder. Gets a little bit, almost makes you feel like you're in space, like you should be terrified at the scale of the universe and how tiny and fragile and insignificant you and even this planet are. Which, you know, is something that Jeff Bezos memorized to say from a script written by his PR people. UI design in terms of things like windows, top bars, hamburger menus, text entry fields has been pretty consistent and understandable since the 90s at least. I've used very intuitive 80s software as well. And there's been a lot of different, like, weird attempts to kind of reinvent it. One of the most nuisanceful things that I've found in modern software, and I think we're coming back to what made sense in the first place, because I see it less and less often, is the lack of... for a while there was a lack of... what do they call them? Like, top menu things, you know? File, edit, view, that kind of a thing. And the concept behind general software design for for the user interface of Windows for the longest time was that if you make like a pop-up window, if you've got an option somewhere in your dialog, it needs to exist in that top bar area, and then you can go find it. Like, it should just be there. You list all of the things you've got there. And people stopped doing that because they thought that it looked too much like an actual program, and they didn't want it to be an actual program. I don't know. But it made it just so much harder to use different people's software. RCS off from here, and we'll even F11 it to try and get a sense of what's going on. Well, once we start getting hot, we'll F11 it. But thankfully, it seems to be coming back, just the general understanding of what UI design should be. And that it should always include that, because if you've got these options and I can't really find them anywhere else in your menus, you know, I've got to know in Blender that it's Shift-Alt-W in order to start the thing that does the thing. And they're pretty good about, like, then their right-click menus have context and stuff like that, but at least Blender is. But Blender is like an example of the most complicated, arcane user interface system. Then as you learn it, they change it constantly so that you have to relearn it. I know we're like well off of our prograde right now, but again, we're in this upper atmosphere where we don't have the drag to hold the tail fins. So once we start getting drag, we'll be pushed to our prograde and held there pretty well, is what I need to be looking at the screen in order to see when it starts to happen. Bags has messed up the green screen. Oh, it's the kittens that are messing up the green screen. If Bags were in here, the kittens wouldn't be messing up the green screen. I'm going to switch this to the mode where we have a seizure. Now I'm going to switch this to free cam so that we can see his floatiness a little bit more as we go. I'm also going to try and get him like aligned with the horizon so we can better see what happens with the yaw pitch up and down of the tail. We seem to have a better re-entry when we are aligned with the horizon. It's just easier to read what's going on, like if there's any more tweaks that need to be done. So, there we go. Our roll is pretty much where it needs to be, and now I will RCS off, maybe, at least for a minute, see what happens. As we start to hit Atmo here. So we can see another weird thing in Kerbal's UI is here, now you get the heat map, and things get less red in order to indicate that they're hotter. Do you not know how colors work? You not know what we assume here. Yeah, I'll be interested to try and see whether or not it's the battery or it's the nose cone that's getting to the point where we get heat ticks. Like, the heat ticks will pop up one way or the other. Of course it gets whiter when it's hotter, obviously. You know, just like the visual communication of human beings would be, blue things are cool, hot things are red. If you're going to, like, map something with a specific color, see, so no, that's not hot, but that really looks like that's the battery, doesn't it? I mean, it could just be because the battery is mounted at the absolute center of the nose cone, and that would make more sense. That it's the nose cone that's getting hot. The battery, the coloration of the battery, it doesn't help to read it. It's kind of the problem of this game's design. I don't think it's the battery. I'm going to guess it's not the battery. The battery does look like it's the same color as this stuff around it, whereas this has definitely gotten hot. I love that these are just apparently cool as anything. But it looks like these guys, I think it's just the fact that they're attached directly to the nose cone and they're getting hot. They must have like a really low temperature or thermal, ability. We weren't seeing heat ticks from the nose cone before from LKO though, so I don't think it is the nose cone. But I'll tell you what, right now we are absolutely holding, I'm just going to try and get us back on the thing, we're absolutely holding right within our prograde. I think we've got the balancing for this craft, like, nailed. For where the tail should be in order to keep us. Look at who's the coolest thing right now, Yeah. And the only way that I could think to improve this would be if we built these off of those and then translated them into the right positions to make it look like they're attached to that, and then they would get the benefit of the occlusion that they should be getting in the first place. Wait, you're right. When I disable it, the bar disappears. What? Who? Blue flames. They are cool, right? It doesn't even go through that, though, you know? It doesn't go from red to, like, blue to green to, you know, kind of a thing. It's just various degrees of red, and one would think, you know, you would not start with the color that symbolizes heat for most people. Let me see if I actually tried to, like, fly this on its way down, you know? Instead of just waiting until it's a complete lawn javelin. If I hit F12, we'll see the lift that we really shouldn't have much of. And yeah, full RCS trying to get us upright isn't gonna do it. If I were to enable these to help with pitch, then it might. I might do that just for the sake of this little one-off test. Yeah, okay, so when we do deploy our parachute, then it might be flyable. And we're at a safe speed to do that now. Let's try deploy shoot. And then actually deploy shoot. And then now that the shoot is there, it doesn't help us until it's full deployed. Okay. So we'll just 4 times fizz warp until we're down. Until we're to 1 kilometer where the parachute will actually deploy. And I'm actually going to stop it a little bit short. Maybe I'm not. I just want to like cancel our rotation because that is like the direction I want to head toward the land if I am able to fly this thing. We're at 70 meters per second when the parachute deploys. And now I put a little bit of spin on it and then it just went all the way up. Yeah. Okay, we can do flips in it. Like, it really wants to do crazy flips. But when I'm going, like, straight down, we've got some control over it. It begs the question, if I were to unlock and pull the tail in, would that allow me more control in flying it? I'm gonna need some extension. Oh baby. Oh baby. Oh my god, I can fly the damn thing. So, current extension is 0.06. That's fucking awesome! This is fucking awesome! We can fly it if I set the target extension to somewhere around 0.06. Oh, that's brilliant. I'll bet there's like minor tweaks to be done in order to get it even better too. Oh, this is the best craft I've ever made, and it's like 20 part count and weighs 0.22 or 0.233 tons. Hello, Elgano, New Zealand. Welcome and thank you. That was great. That was absolutely great. I wish I'd like F5'd, you know, in the interim just to be able to fly it again. But we're going to have many chances to do that, presumably, as long as the next test doesn't cause us to completely overheat and die. It might. But I think we F9 to where... I'm going to Alt F9 to the place where I actually saved it. Which... Alt F9 opens up the game pause menu as well. Alt F9. But I can use the one that's underneath. Yeah, it's done well, I think, Kerbal. They nailed it, really. What did I name it? I named it Lawn Dart Tests from LKO. Maybe the reason why it's doing that is it wants me to just try F9ing. There we go. I picked the New Zealand, yes. For NZ, you have a number of options there. One of them is either say New Zealand or NZ, I guess, right? So are you configured correctly? You are. Are you thrust limit at the top? You are. We're at that point. Was there any other adjustment that I did after we started going? I mean, except for figuring out that at a 0.6 extension, we can actually fly the thing in atmosphere. Which is fucking awesome. I think we're ready. So, if we are ready...
Get your paraglider with Space Tech for just $199.99.
Yeah, in fact, I'm calling from Paraglider Space Tech Co. In order to tell you that someone seems to have ordered a paraglider, 3 of them, and they're charging them to your American Express card. You don't have it to your Discover. I must be looking. You don't have a Discover. Your Visa? No. MasterCard? No. Debit? Yeah, they charged it directly to your debit. I just need to find out your social security number and where you work, what your boss's name is, and whether or not there's any treasure buried in your backyard, and then we can just cancel that order for you, because sounds legit. Yeah. Are we just going to go, let's go to another height, and let's not go too far, because we already see we've got like an overheating problem on our RCS thrusters still on this design, which, I'm so pissed, because we moved it around. It should absolutely be receiving the benefits of the cooling. We could stick like a small radiator on here too, if we really cared. We shouldn't care. We just want these things to be in a position where they don't, like, the nose cone should get hot. Nothing that's attached to the nose cone needs to get hot. Because it's supposed to be behind it, or, you know, that kind of a thing. So maybe that's something to play with. But let's go up to test number 2. LKO, we can not only return safely, we can fly once we're at sea level. Below 1,000, we can fly it in for whatever landing we want. Maybe we'll be able to do that. Ooh, and we're coming up on the apoapse now. So what height do you guys like for our next test? I don't want to go too crazy. Let's blow it up. You also keep my 100,000 cash safe from burglars. It won't. It's going to be so safe you won't even know where it is. But I will send you like a notice every now and then, like letting you know how much interest you've acquired. Yeah, 500K. How's 500K? Is that like not even high enough to really be worthy of doing a test? That's okay. I kind of want to do this a lot. So we push our apoapse up to 500K, and then we're going to drop the Kerbal from there, and then, you know what I should have done, and what I could still do, because we're always going to revert. What I should have done is pushed it out from that side so that when we're coming back down, we won't be coming down in night. Is that what's going to happen here? No, because the planet's spinning too, you silly boy. You know, in reference to the sun and whatnot. So, all right, from the apoapse, we're going to drop from 500K. We know that it works at LKO. I don't know what extra speed we get by being, you know, coming down from 500K. Now we're 500,000 meters away from Kerbal. We're going to launch another dude at the atmosphere. You go ahead and find your prograde while you're doing that. Ronbert's going to get out, and the ship is not going to actually find its prograde or stop ever because of that. Whoa, Ronbert, where are you going? Where are you going, boy? Board. Thank you. Oh, you did find your... and you stuck it. Good boy. Quickly now, Ronbert. Quickly. Decouple? Oh, Jesus. It always does that. Let's hit 6 for full extension. RCS, HH, get me away. Find your retro. Okay, get stable on retro, which you gotta do by eye in this craft, and then burn. Beautiful. Beautiful! I love how fine-tuned this is, and we're learning so much about it by testing it. Okay, yeah, no, that's what I wanted to, I guess. And we have, you know, on all of these tests, I'm going to just go straight at Kerbal. Like, we're going to burn it down until we've got an impact, as opposed to what we can do, and what would make more sense, and we'll get around to testing that when we start seeing them blow up, is hitting the atmosphere, staying in the upper atmosphere longer, coming down with like a 30K, like you would usually do with a return vessel from a higher height. But I'm going to start each one of these with an absolute, where we're litho braking. But in theory, we would be litho braking, which is just slamming into the, that's the fancy science term for stopping by slamming into something. It's deceleration by friction, which usually involves just hitting. But yeah, so now we're on our retrograde here. RCS can go off. We're not locked. I'll go ahead and lock us. And anything else that needs done? Nope. I think I just fling you at the atmosphere. And we are coming down at night. How close are we to a sunrise? We're coming up on it. We'll get one as we descend, I believe. Whoa, okay. You are hitting the atmosphere quick and hard, and the drag is kicking in. There's aerodynamics. There's heat. Yeah, Mr. Kerbal's getting hot here. I might just help you out with this. There you go. Just get you on the line to start with. Oh no, you're not getting hot. You're as cool as could be. That's right. Dark red is coolness. You James Dean over here, aren't you? No, you're Ronbert Kerbal. Ronbert enjoys some mild heat. Yeah, I think he's into it. We should have brought... No, I should have sent the pilot who's blue. He could have gotten heated up a bit. Okay, things are getting warm. Things are definitely getting warm. And including now, we're getting heat off of my rotational thruster blocks. Those forward ones are kind of just gone. Oh, that's the other thing that I do, is I release these for controlling pitch. So when we try to fly the thing, we'll have more control authority. I wonder if I should leave those for controlling pitch at all times when we finally do the, you know, finished design here. So, we managed to survive 500,000. Managed to survive 500,000 descent. Speed, whatever it was, whatever we hit the atmo at. We definitely came through that upper atmosphere a lot quicker. Things got a fair bit hotter, but all of the ticks are still where they used to be, where they have been. And now, we just gotta ride them down. 4 times speed. I didn't get the sunrise that I was promised, damn it. And it does not help us to try and fly the thing until we've got our parachute fully deployed, which it won't do until we're at 1,000 meters, so I will take us down until it's around the time, and then I'll start doing all of the things. Oh, shit. Weird. There's land underneath us, spawn. Right. Okay, let's do all of the things all of a sudden. Deploy shoot. Deploy shoot. Shoot. RCS is on and ready to go. Maybe I'll have you hold up so you could leave the seat in emergency too. Nah. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Regarding lithobraking, currently DART is flying to impact Dimorphos, so kind of fitting here. Oh, is it? Is this the direction you want to be going? It seems like uphill, and that, I guess you've picked it. We'll just do it. So, should be seeing full deployment on our parachute here shortly. Oh, with you, traverse rate, no, unlock, and go to 0.6. We might want a little more or a little bit less target extension. Let's do 0.11. Flying now above Kerbal at 35 meters per second. We're still descending. I'm going to give us more target extension to get us more lift. There we go. Nice and slow. Damn. Little bit tricky to, he's fine though. Kerbal's fine. A little bit tricky to get that final landing. Kind of gotta slide whistle the the tail into place. Kind of a two-handed landing operation there with this and that and the other thing. Planned impact. We survived though. That's what's important. I survived though. That's what's important. We're safe and sound back at the control tower. Everything's A-okay. He broke it. Well, that's him. That's between him and his God. Me and my God, we're fine, is the thing. That's what's important here. I think what I can do, the next test here, presuming we make it through without, you know, lighting him on fire, I think I can fly it just one-handed with the tail. So instead of like using the RCS, like we'll use the RCS in order to like break our, you know, to get ourselves from going straight down. Well, it's kind of a thing, but at that point I think I can just slide rule the tail into various positions and be able to set ostensibly the trim of the craft in order to bring it down, and then I won't have to be firing the RCS. We'll see about that, but it's looking very promising. That'll be my next attempt to fly it, which I'm gonna do. Medic! Thank you. It's just another beer that I wanted. Thank you, medic. Yep. Alright, F9. So let's change this. I mean, I could have it on a button too. Another action group kind of a thing to be able to switch the operation mode, but I'm going to change this to just have pitch is always open. You can always help us with pitch. It means there's going to be a lot more control force to get into the pitch place. It's going to feel a little bit wonky in steering, but we'll see just how much. So that was the test from 500 kilometers. Let's go around the planet this time, so that we can come down, you know, in the daylight, hopefully. And I'll just go from, like, midday on Kerbal here, and blow it out even higher. So, go ahead and get to your prograde. 1 million? 1 million this time? Go up in half steps. So that was 500K. This time, 1 million. I was gonna ask something to look forward to important these days. What? Who's fine? It's totally fine. The Kerb just restrung from that long journey. First, the James Webb Telescope, though. What, to finish the build on that? We're definitely gonna, this Sunday, this Sunday we will be working on the James Webb Telescope, and I will make every effort to just finish it up this time, because it should be, that three-armed deployment is the thing. That's the difficult part. Alright, we're 3 minutes to that apoapse. That should be more than enough time for me to get where I need to get. So you do that thing. Ronmert's gonna step out. Do you actually continue to find your apoapse when there's... Yeah, I left the Kerbal in there who had that control set. That's so nice. I feel like that's something that they didn't have in the beginning, was that you could... If you took someone out, even though the pilot was still there, it would lose what it's doing. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it's always worked this way. Okay, you're in position to be released, and we need to do this pretty quick. We only got 2 minutes before we need to be burning down, so decouple. Switch into you. Let's H out of there. And let's deploy. And then let's find your retrograde. That's actually just fine. I got no problems. I got no problems with how this works. With how that feels when I've got like a little extra kick on the up and down. That's a-okay. Okay, you're on your retrograde. Now burn full. Are we at the apoapse? No, we're miles from it. Well, what height do we have right now? We're at 1,000,000. That's fine. That's what the test is. 1,000,000. Burn. Get you back on your retro. The periapse down to a collision with Kerbal. 0 kilometers above the Earth. The Earth that's on Kerbal, the ground. There we go. And we're going home now. Switch us over to retro, or to prograde rather, from retro. I love flying this little thing too. It feels so fun. It feels so good. Okay. Your prograde isn't going to remain your prograde anyway, but, you know, we set it there. We set it and forget it. Are you locked? I'm going to lock you. We've been doing good with locking. And then I unlock it once we're doing other things. Whoa! Let's not hit the atmosphere at full warp. Let's see it nice and slow. Yeah, now your prograde is your retro, so that worked out brilliantly. Okay. Yep. Now RCS, flip you over in a hurry, because you're hitting that atmo quickly. Get on your prograde. Okay, RCS off. And now it's just a matter of, you know, everything. The heat, everything. There's that plasma. Did we have a momentary tick of heat on the tail fin there? Okay. Yeah, we are getting some heat onto the tail fin when it rocks. I could try and cancel that rock a little bit. Just tap it with a little bit of RCS. Whoa. Yeah, some things are getting real hot there, including the nose. If the nose cone goes... Well, okay, 1,000,000. 1,000,000, and look at that nose cone. Oh, she wants to go. Oh, she wants to go. Holy. Holy, from 1,000,000 meters. Whew. Just made it. Just made it. Just made it. Well, we still got some. I'm going to unlock you. And see if bringing you in any holds us even closer to the prograde, or... No. 0.78. Yeah. It's still the best place to hold it. Wow. I don't know that we're going to survive the next test, kids. It was pretty close. We'll just flip you around here, and then the adjustment that we would make now is setting... Well, I'm going to have you up for when I try and fly the thing. I'll put you down there, I suppose. Yeah. But we will start with a target extension of like 0.2 or something like that, I think. It'd be good. I'll just hold you on the 90 if I can rotationally. And then, additionally, I'm going to need you to go ahead and be ready to deploy your chute, which I will actually do by grabbing that out and bring it back in. Because so long as his own personal RCS is active, the parachute won't deploy, which is not at all a bug, but a feature that can be defined as a bug, because it's one of those, is the thing. So at 3 kilometers, I'll put the parachute out, I guess. Parachute is out, but it's not deployed. Oh, well, wait a second. Yeah, we were a little bit closer. Very low. Whoa, wait. Yeah, no, I don't need you anymore. I'm just going to use the target extension and a little bit RCS to kick us over originally. Oh, wait, I don't have to. Kick us over. Pull it in. Can I do a no RCS piloting of this? I think you're going to be better for a little bit of control that way. Oh, this is lovely. This is lovely. Wait a second. This is getting less lovely. There we go. Don't pull up too much. Pull up a lot. Pull up a lot. Okay, little RCS to make sure that that happened. Oof. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Down, out, 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 out. 13 point something meter per second. Impact, catastrophic failure. By which we mean the nose cone blew up. If we had landing wheels on this thing, we'd be fine. 13 meters per second on that landing. He didn't even fall out of the seat. Brilliant. Brilliant. I love it. What a fun little thing to do. Like, imagine that every mission that we have, we've got one of these somewhere tucked underneath it. Tucked on board. And then every time that you return, you send them down on this. It's just a fun little way to cap the mission. See how well you can fly this paraglider. How should he land if he can't even see shit? I mean, his head is peeking a little bit above the... Is it even still? I think we got it. We nailed it. You're right. He can't see nothing. He's got a tablet under there, so I don't know. I think that was the last test where things aren't going to go catastrophically wrong as we hit the atmosphere. So that being the case, let's have a live stream break, knowing that when we come back from this live stream break, we'll get to see how things go catastrophically wrong when we try and drop him to orbit with nothing between him and the atmosphere than a nose cone. Nose cone from 1.5 million. That's what's going to happen after the live stream. See how I try and keep you tuned in? That's how we work around here. 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I mean, go somewhere, but come back. Pawn not out.
each other, then the truth will set you free. Oh, maybe pain and sorrow, there's no tomorrow. Will take a hold of me, baby, baby, baby. All alone, baby, won't you come along and hold me? I ain't the seventh son, but I know where I'm from. Let's head on, dead on, dead on down the highway. And maybe when we come back, by then you will have seen things my way. I don't want no skinny woman. A woman who's got no sense of style. I want a girl with a diamond ring on her finger. One who knows how to say nothing. I just can't find this girl nowhere. Until I do, I'ma stay all alone.
Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. That's how we do it around here. Yeah. Nice to see. Okay then. Shut up. Kerbal. That's what we're doing where we are. And that is what a successful test looks like. 1 million meters. We just dropped this Kerbal on a lawn dart that used to have a nose cone and some other systems, RCS and things, attached to it, and we managed to fly his little lawn JART, javelin dart, down to about 12 meters per second before he slammed nose cone first into the ground and it exploded. Very, very successful test, and we're still testing because it was very successful in that he's still alive and the craft didn't explode in atmosphere. It was not completely successful in the fact that we were on the very edge of viability. At 1 million, we saw the heat tick get as full as it could get before popping on that nose cone. And we're about to go to 1.5 million because we've got to have the test. We've got to have the complete, we got to put this thing into a spec, you know? 1 million, check. We need that 1.5 million, X mark. And it's not the spot. It's definitely not the spot that is, maybe it's the spot where he exploded in atmosphere. If you add wheels, you would probably have to do 1,000 versions for Valence. I would never add a wheel to this. Goodness. Perish the thought. When Pawn plays a song you haven't heard before, what did I play that you hadn't heard before? I would try to trim the horizontal fins so they would give more nose up, but that could totally mess up the descent. Yeah, I don't want to play with it. We've hit pay dirt on this thing as far as I'm concerned. We're killing it now. And by it, I mean Ronbert Kerbin in this next attempt, I'm pretty sure. So, again, we would like to be descending during the daytime, and I'm not sure when's going to be best for that. So we're just going to do it at midday, and we're going to get on our prograde, and we're going to burn to 1.5 million and get Ronbert out and send him down. And see what happens, because we don't know. We've never done it before. We can't possibly guess what will happen. Just go ahead and burn that Apoaps up to a good 1.5 million from Kerbin. But just a 1.5 million. We don't want to, like, push our test bed. There you go. 1.501. Brilliant. Test pilot is a dangerous job, yeah. And he said he was a scientist, but we didn't care. We just didn't care. So yes, this will be the test of from 1.5 million, and it'll be 1.5 million that then ends in, but it's 1.5 million with a descent into the atmosphere of impact. We've done all of our tests to get him a retrograde, or a periaps rather, that is within the body of the planet, and we will do this one the same. So, Ronbert, go ahead and get out while your friend steers the ship back onto its Apoaps. Let go, give me some RCS. Let's fly you over, get you into your little craft here. He's happy as ever. He has no idea what's coming. Maybe because he hasn't tried this in an alternate timeline. Like, he doesn't know what happened. We just rolled everything back on him, didn't we? Ronbert, from here, I believe you can just go ahead and decouple and bounce around in there a bit. Go ahead and exit the area of the craft, and once your tail is clear, we will then hit the 6 key in the action group to deploy. I'll go ahead and lock that down. I still don't think is necessary, but as long as we're testing, we should go through the motions. RCS on, get you to your retro. Here you go. Onto your retro. Thing steers like a dream now. Finally got exactly the right configuration that we wanted. Sure, it cost me a little bit extra in weight and money, but not that much, and I'm a happy boy. Onto your retro, and full retrograde burn, please. Goodbye, Shep. We're going back to Kerbin. Should be just fine. Uh-huh. You just flip upside down for me, apparently. Okay. That's us. And actually, if I hold retro, then by the time we get back, then we'll probably be prograde, right? Just flip over, because we left from our Apoaps, get to our periaps, so hold retro, RCS off, time warp. And we'll send you back. In fact, we can watch as we descend. There goes the sun. There goes the sun. Holy shit. Just looked like we were coming straight at the planet that time, didn't it? And here comes the sun. Do-do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun. I want to have a couple of seconds to get you oriented before we hit Atmo on this. Give you the best chance that I possibly can. Okay. Here you go. Dead prograde from minute 1. I will even help you stay on the prograde with a little bit of, you know, retro touches as we go on this one. Again, just best chance that you could possibly have from 1.5 million to a 0 height on your periapsis. Okay, I'm gonna stop helping you on the RCS now. This is where you're supposed to manage on your own. And it's getting a little warm. Getting a little warm. Okay, there's the... Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, things have exploded. It was... But our nose cone has held together. Our nose cone has held together. I have no... Wait, do I have rotation? I've still got my rotations. It was just our H. The 1.5 million test is going to be a success. Few explosions. But holy crap, he survived a 1.5 million drop. Those were ablative RCS thruster blocks. They're meant to explode in order to dissipate heat, apparently. Who thought this was going to be successful? I certainly didn't. Max speed 2,836 meters per second. So it was the battery. Oh, the battery's gone, though. I won't be able to fly it. Damn it. The battery was what went? Son of a biscuit, Mother Teresa. Wow. So it wasn't the nose cone. It was the battery. We won't be able to fly it. We lost our ability to H to go forward on RCS, but we don't need that anymore. And we know that we can still get him down. Take that, and the battery too, said the witch. Said the Kraken. Yeah. That's great. So our tests continue. We have survived 1.5 million. I'm just going to go ahead and see. We can't control the extension of our tail anymore because we don't have electric with which to do such a thing. But let's go ahead and deploy our chute by doing that. I still have RCS. Why am I not getting... Am I getting... You are helping with pitch? You're not helping with pitch. Help with pitch. You guys... Did I not reconfigure you to help with pitch? Help with pitch. There you go. Might still be able to fly it a little bit. As soon as we hit 1K, though, I've got to be holding down on the RCS in order to make this happen, or to make this turnover happen. So, as soon as the deployment begins, hit the button. Oh, yeah, no, see, it's overkill is the problem. It's overkill when the tail's extended that far. And as I say, if I... Wait a second. Target extension? Okay, I can't change the target extension, but wait a second. I had something else for a second. Did we have, leftover electric somehow in this? I was able to do things that I shouldn't have been able to do. I can adjust the damping. And that seems to be changing something. Am I crazy in thinking that that's changing something? You might be crazy in thinking that that's changing something. Yeah. Okay. We're still, coming down. I think this would be the test flight where you just go ahead and leave the seat and let the thing hit the ground on its own. That's my thought. But we'll see. Maybe I stick with it. Leave the seat. And he's still got a bazooka to defend himself wherever the hell it is we happen to have come down here. Just put that on your shoulder and fire it. Another brilliant test flight. Oh, and what a lovely place. It's not quite a desert. I don't know. It's mountain desert? Is this the Mojave? It looks lovely. Another successful test. 1.5 million. We can do it. Green check mark, no red X. Okay. I guess we're going up to 2 million. What is Mooner height again? We're getting there, aren't we? Should I just go straight up to 3 from 2? I think we should, balls to the wall on this thing. That's my thought. I think we want to leave a little bit earlier because we're going to be up there so long, and then when we come back down, we'll try from here. I'm not sure. Instead of leaving from midday. But yeah, let's go 3 million. Let's just put it out there, We went up to 1.5, we'll double it. On your prograde and Apple apps to 3 million, please. Okay. 3 million. That's 1/3 of the way to the moon. Well, About 1/3 of the way to the moon there. Because now I'm thinking, shoot, we might be able to survive Mooner heights, so let's not test every iteration of a 500 meter. It's changed my idea. Warp me up to here. Change my idea of what we can and can't get away with. A more shallow descent? Not yet, no. We see until we have to have a more shallow descent, and then we'll try a more shallow descent. We might be able to do Minmus with a shallow descent from what we're seeing now, but who's really to say? Ronbert? Wait a second, what height are we at right now? We're at 3 million, we're past 3 million, so anytime now we can leave. Ronbert, step out. Go ahead and jumping your lawn JART. Go ahead and decouple. Yeah, that's definitely what happened. That's what I heard. Just flip you over. Get you on your retro. And from here, burn us down. Oh, I forgot to deploy 6. That's what I'm wondering why it's wondering why it's pulling so much off axis. It's because we had a different center of mass there. And there we go. We have a direct impact with Kerbal on its way. RCS off. Are we not moving? Yeah, we are moving. It's just from these heights. It takes a minute to get some speed to come down. Can we have like the hitting the planet view? It's just free mode, free cam. When are you gonna snap into free cam, please? Free cam would be helpful. No? I'll do it myself. Yeah, okay. RCS. Let's get you upright before you hit the atmosphere. Wow. Yeah, that looks like a steep descent to me. So, beginning test, 3 million drop, Kerbal, lawn JART, test number 4 of the day. Shit like that. And we're in Atmo. We're now in atmosphere, and using the RCS to hold us at the beginning until we get into enough atmosphere that the ship should just hold us itself. Ship should just hold us itself. No more RCS support. The fact that it noses up a little bit is actually, like, helpful. We expect some explosions here. Excellent. How are we looking on the heat ticks now after our ablative, explosive, something. Fully intended. Absolutely, always wanted that. Max speed 2,996 meters per second. Okay, I'm glad that somebody's looking at that. And we're going to be just fine here. The question is, should I even bother? I'm not going to bother, like, flying every single one of these down and touching them down at this point. Like, we're at that point. We know how to fly it if we had the ability to fly it, which we don't really at this point. So, yeah, I'm F9ing from here. Successful attempt. Shall we double the double and go straight to 6 million? I think we do. Heat ticks didn't even look like they were, you know, problematic for us. I'm gonna leave more later. Maybe not quite midday, but nearly. Fizz warp to get us onto our prograde a touch quicker. And burn. App-waps to 6 million for the next test. Who knew that we designed something with ablative, exploding components? Who knew until we got out here? Doubling the 3 million to 6. Went from 1.5 to 3, and now 3 to 6. Man, I'm hitting the 6 11s. It's all 11s here. Ren Phoenix with the subscription. 17 months on a half-year streak. I knew. You knew? You're Pepperidge Farms? I thought, I didn't want to say out loud, but I thought maybe you might be Pepperidge Farms. You remembered. Now they remember. Alright, take us out toward that App-Waps. Should just right-click and make sure that it does it, but the closer we get to it, the slower it is. Kind of handles itself in terms of making sure you don't miss it. Okay. With a T-minus 3 minutes, we'll leave. Okay, T-minus 3 minutes. Get our boy back out. Ronbert, pop off. Meet it where it's going, not where it is. We've been doing this so many times today. Ronbert knows exactly. Oh, he smashed his head on the ship. It's fine. He got in the seat. Just got scooped up by it. Deploy you again. Couple. RCS. H. Oh, wrong ship. RCS. Shit. Alright, I gotta wait. I mean, I don't. Yeah, you do. I don't have an N on the thing, so, you know what, we could just push through those. Those don't really exist. Okay. Deploy. Onto your retrograde. And get us an impact with Kerbal, if you do not mind. There we go. An impact with Kerbal. And then warp us down. The 6 million... Whoa! 6 million meter test. Beginning shortly. Okay, there you go. Help you onto the actual prograde here, so you don't pop while you're entering. I can get you upright even. Leave you with a little spin, that'd help you stabilize, right? But I don't want to. Okay. On prograde at 58, 57, 56 kilometers. RCS off. Ship descends. Ablative explosions. Totally intended, always planned it. Uh-oh, what's that hot thing? It's just one of the other things that's supposed to explode, I guess? Or fine. Anything else getting to the point where it might pop? No. No, I mean, things are getting hot, make no mistake. But not hot enough to be worrisome. 6 million. Max speed 3,110 meters per second, says little magnets. Brilliant. Another successful test. And we know that we can jump him out and he could just parachute down from here if he wanted to. Which is why we're not going to even go through that stage. We want to see that this thing can get home from the moon, basically. So we're going up to Moon Heights next. F9 me one more time. Moon Heights now. I think maybe we should just double this. That was the 6 million? We should go to Minmus. Who wants to just do Minmus tests? Let's just jump straight to Minmus height. Huh? What do you think? I mean, nothing was exploding. Nothing was... The heat ticks weren't even getting threatening. You know? What's Minmus height? Maybe I just look at as we go and make the decision of just how high we want to get this thing. I have no idea when we should leave if we wanted to return and find the sun waiting for us from these heights, so... we'll just take a guess and go. Push it out, way out. So last test was from 6. The moon would have us at 12. Maybe we'll double it. Don't want to actually hit the moon is the thing. And apparently we're kind of actually hitting the moon. But not definitely. That's weird. It's very, very weird. Pa, Mimus, it has to withstand Duna. I think I'd like to do the moon test now. I'm gonna go retrograde and see if I can't pull it down to one of those places where it was saying that we're definitely not hitting the moon. We shouldn't be hitting the moon there, anyway. Is that like second pass or something? Like if the moon's over here, we're leaving now. Yeah, we're not hitting the moon. We're fine. We'll do it at 12. We're doing it at 12. Moon ain't gonna be there. Moon's way the fuck back there. It must have been like go around and then something something and then like 2, 3, 4 orbital cycles. This game, man. But let's do moon height first, and then we'll go straight to Minmus. If it works, if we don't die from moon height, with a direct descent, you know, instead of trying to skim the atmosphere and slow down as we go, which would be the intelligent way to do it. We don't want to get caught up in all that intelligence nonsense. There's a sentence for you, huh? That intelligence nonsense. Imagine the sales if we can label it interstellar proof. Just 1,000 kerbucks, plus tax. And you too can return from Elu. Gotta get there yourself. Oh, shit. No, this is Ronbert. I thought for a second I'd gotten the wrong Kerbal out. Dirt. Board. Okay. Decouple. Switch to Ronnie. RCS on. H away a little bit. Deploy tail. Onto your retrograde. Just get you even to the horizon with Kerbin, and then burn us down. Of course, the higher we get, the less delta V it takes to actually slow us down, because we're going so slow at our apoaps that we're barely using any of this monoprop. I should reduce the monoprop again. The higher we are, the less monoprop we need, the less delta V we need. That is, however, presuming that we're not, like, exiting another orbital body. I wonder how much delta V this thing really has on it. That would be a nice test to run as well. But anyway, let's do this. It'll be hard for me to warp down at the exact right time, won't it? Let's do this. Like this way. Warp us to there. Damn, just slams on the brakes, don't it? Like, we still need to do a fair bit of warping here, Pawn. We want to stop it well before we're hitting the Atmo, so that I can get us aligned, get us spun, get us everything. Okay. Cancel rotation. Find the dead center. I'd really like my wings to be parallel with the surface. Okay, yeah, that's a quick for that to start. Should be fine. Now let's watch. Oh shit. Oh shit. Just so many things immediately went full red there. All at once. I didn't lock it, by the way. I keep forgetting to lock it now, which is fine. Can still rotate. Means we still got the important thruster blocks. Kerbal, cool as a cucumber. And that's another successful test. From moon height, we can bring it down. We don't lose anything more than we lose above 1 million. I think. It just all happens, it all explodes a lot quicker. Another successful test. Max speed of 3,181 meters per second with little magnets. Alright. Let's go to Minmus. What have I just created? And if I could get the battery and those things not to, like, to actually be occluded and just let the heat, you know, be in the nose cone. I've got an idea that I had during the last live stream break, but let's not worry about my idea. Let's worry about dropping a Kerbal from Minmus height at the surface of Kerbin. It could be mildly problematic. Prograde. Fizz warp to get you onto it quick. Throttle full. Apoaps. So this is going to be a sudden jump. I'm pretty sure Minmus is going to be more than like a doubling. If it was 11 million to get out to the moon and we dropped from 12 million, a little bit past the moon. We're not just going to 24 here. There's 24. Right there, that's halfway. We're going out to Minmus, though, and we might actually be in its neighborhood when we get there. With the time we happen to leave. Okay? Yeah? 48 million. Yeah, if we were on a different inclination, I don't know. Maybe we'd hit Minmus, but we don't want to. No one's interested in that right now. 48 million drop. What a test. Whoa, hi. How you doing? Go back in here. Bring me up to the top. Where'd Kerbin go? Oh, there she is. Goodbye, Kerbin. Where's Moon? I think it's further behind. There she is. Goodbye, Mun. Minmus? There's Jewel. Where'd Minmus? Yeah, we would have been like right in his neighborhood, right in Minmus's neighborhood, if we were up there. And how long to the Apoaps here? 3 hours? No. Let's talk more like 3 minutes. Is there a height world record to set for a thing like this? Maybe re-entry vehicle sub 0.5 tons? I'll bet anything that we've got the world record with it right now because no one else would have bothered with such a ridiculous concept. No. I'm sure someone else has bothered with it. They just haven't done it as well, because they're not me. Ronbert, jump out. Jump off. Get in. Get up to get down. Jump, jump, jump. Everybody, jump, jump, jump. Bored? And prepare for your most egregious test yet. The couple. We're going home from Minmus from this height. Switch over to you. Get out. Deploy tail. Find retro. Here's your retro. Stable. Burn. And, oh shoot, that's a bit, that's a lot. The thing is, I don't have any of these set to be like, they just fire. When they fire, it doesn't matter if I just sort of try and tap into them. Everything is Z right now, which is another little tweak that we could try and do, but I'm going to try to just roll Z and X so that we're not doing this overkill. 4. -4 periapsis, that's reasonable. I mean, none of this is reasonable, but that's what we're going to go for anyway. From an altitude of, what was it, 46 million? 46 million, re-entry at Kerbin. Warp there. All that monoprop, you can land on Minmus and fly back with JART. These other tests that we really should actually try and look into. Jesus Christ, performing. Yeah, that came up quick. How much Delta V is actually on this craft, thanks to its incredibly low weight, you know? It'd be interesting to find out, because it's not something that you can, like, just find out in chart here, because we don't get monoprop figures anywhere in the game. Anyway. Sure, there's a mod for that. There's a mod for everything. Hitting atmosphere now. Somebody keep an eye on that max speed for us. I'm going to do all the work that I can to make sure that you're stable before you hit the atmo. Oh, you're hitting the atmo now. RCS off. You hold yourself. Okay. Just see what blows up and when. Okay, so everything immediately. Those are the numbers. Got it. Everything immediately. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Hang on, kids. We're gonna be fine. Gonna be fine. RCS, let's just counter rotate back into position a little bit. Minmus return, A-okay. No difficulties whatsoever. So we'd have to test from solar now if we were going to go. But this thing can take somebody home, not in the most ideal manner. It could take a Kerbal home. If we had these on the Minmus base, we could do it. If we had a Minmus orbital thing, we could do it. But we are losing the battery and all of our all of our H monoprop blocks in the process of doing it. Which means that once we get down here, we do just have to abandon the craft instead of being able to fly it, which isn't cool, man. I much prefer the idea of having the battery survive at least. Those monoprop blocks, they could burn off, but if the battery's still there, then I can fly the thing to a landing. So long as we've still got, like, these blocks. And I want to configure these to be part of the pitch system when we put the final touches on this design. Max speed 3,241 meters per second on that descent. Holy crap! Now this is a true halo. I think he might lose the top of his head. He's just blow dry on his quaff. If that Kerbal had hair, it would have been on fire. He has hair. Was it gray before we started? I don't recall. Is that new? Did that change? Think how long you've been over-planning your returns. Right? This could have been it the whole time. Just have one of these on board, and it's lighter than the fuel to return in most instances. Oh my god, as a return vessel? How much Delta V does it have? This is the question now. I wonder when you can take off your helmet. Ooh. Portable Jim, what an excellent question. When am I allowed to remove my helmet? What height? There's an answer to that, right? There's got to be an answer to that where I can remove my helmet. Would it just tell me that I can't when I'm in a unable to remove helmet too hot? Really? Why would it be hot at all? Too hot to remove my helmet. Okay, so we're learning things. We're learning things. So the helmet did get a little warm on our descent there. It's way too hot. Too damned. Oh wait. Deploy shoot. RCS is on. Okay. If I like carefully control this, we might just be able to like plane out rather, just as we hit the water. Yeah! Oh! I could still fly it down if we got water to land in. From Minmus height. we get all that money back. Whatever it's worth after it's used. We get all that cash back. Can do an easy delta V test by accelerating till empty in orbit. My vote is on 200 meters per second. That's our next test. That's our next test. But you gotta be careful with it. If you overgo, then it's just gonna like start doing loops and stuff like that. But if you knock it down slowly and carefully in just one scooping descent, you just don't want it to like have all of that descent speed and get to the point where the lift from the Kerbal's ass, because apparently the lift is coming from the seat for some reason, that overwhelms it. He's cool now. Can I take the helmet off? Remove helmet. It's still too hot. It's just too damned hot. What are you building, a space darts rhinestone? Why? Because it's apparently the most efficient return that anyone has ever planned. The most efficient return vessel. I mean, just thinking about it now, how much, like, we can leave. We could probably leave from the surface of Minmus with one of these crafts and get an encounter with Kerbal, hit the atmosphere, and come home in it. And it weighs 0.233 tons in its current configuration. And then we bring the whole vessel home. That's another good reason to find any key, because it's there to be done. Let's test how much delta V this thing has. So we can just do this straight from orbit. No need to adjust anything. Ron, step out. Get inside your absolutely exceptional craft. Like, this is now there's a reason for me to spend even more time on this craft, because if we can figure out a way to keep the battery alive, that's even better. It's even better. I mean, it also has proved that I don't need the battery if I fly it right, but yeah. Board the craft. And incidentally, I'm bringing up less monoprop than we could store on the thing, because I liked the weight of 0.233. I'm gonna try and like let you just, yeah, get out, not spend any of the monoprop that we happen to be carrying right now. It looks like you're heading straight for your prograde. And so the idea now will be, when we hit prograde there, I will just time warp. And we're dead on prograde. I'm going to stop and then think about what we're going to do. Should I make a maneuver node for this? And then see, or do we just burn it and see how much height we get, and Bob's your uncle kind of a thing? I mean, we just burn it and then see how much faster we've managed to go, right? Does monoprop need power? It does not, no. So we don't even need the battery, really, except for it's nice because then we can extend the tail once we've exited and everything like that. 2,290.4 afterburn minus the burn speed equals delta V, whatever we get after this. So I've got to deploy, and I'm just going to nudge us onto prograde. And I got to be very careful to, you know, actually hold prograde as we go. And we're going. Because there's just a little bit of drift, the most minor amount of drift. There we go, yep. Don't want to overuse the vectoring either. For the sake of this test. Very nice, very nice. Holding very well. What, Dendy? What? What are you seeing? What are you lolling at? What? What's laughable? Get these numbers rolling. You're saying we've got a lot of Delta V here? I'm saving it as a surprise for myself. I'm staring dead at the ball and trying to make sure that I keep us full prograde the whole time. Did I just create the only vessel that anybody needs? Really? Can we get to Duna with this? Did I just make xenon and nuclear just not really matter? Like, we don't need that. And we are out of fuel. 2,494 point something meters per second at our max speed there. So yeah, 200. You were right. Little over 200 meters per second worth of Delta V. If you bet on 200, right? 204 meters per second in DV. Maybe a little bit more for me spraying out 1 or 2 DV by holding our directionality. 200 meters per second in DV, which actually blows us out to a 393,000 height. Double up. Yeah. Jelly be good with the sub. Thank you. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. First time club member, so just so that you know what to expect. You'll be receiving 3 inches in the mail each month that you continue to subscribe. Another 3 inches worth of dick will appear in your mailbox. If someone other than you is checking the mailbox, you know, it's actually in a clear container. We want people to see what's coming to your house. So, you know, you might want to be careful around that. The mailman's going to have a different opinion of you from now on. But anyway, yeah, you take that 3 inches of dick, you add it to whatever you've got, and then it gets in. And if you got nothing to start with, then, you know, a couple of months and boom, full big dick status. But from here on in, you're a big dick member. Take some Bezos bucks. Nah, I don't wear pants anyway. Oh, cool. Then your mailman already knows everything. More really than he wanted. He or she. My male people, I think, are more often women. But it definitely does, you know, it does flip back and forth. You don't know my mailman. I know all male people, first off. God, you're so misogynist. Okay, so we've got the Delta V test. It's got 200 meters per second of DV on it. And we could add more by putting more monoprop on it to start. F9. Any other tests? I mean, I want to fly this thing again, but, like, there is another adjustment to be done here. I've got a crazy idea that would add weight to the craft. That would be not, like, it would be a mildly significant amount of weight, but that might actually prevent everything from blowing up. But the other thing is that if I just move the battery to being attached, not to the nose cone, where the things that are attached to the nose cone are picking up the radiant heat, I think that's kind of how the system works, is that there's like a skin heating. When you think about how radiators end up working in Kerbal Space Program, they help the things that are near them on the ship. I've only ever seen evidence that they help the thing that they're attached to on the ship, but we're unclear on that one way or another. I think a nose cone operates the same way. I think an ablator operates the same way. I don't think there's anything special about an ablator. I think you get the occlusion space for, you know, direct contact for drag and heat behind the ablator, regardless of the ablator's state, which would make sense. But then I think the ablator just works as a radiator with a limited supply of radiated, a limited supply of its ability to cool, and you drain that out, and then it stops doing it anymore. But having any single ablator attached to the nose cone, say the smallest ablator that we have, that little tiny one, and then we take almost all of the ablator off of it, it would act, I think, as a radiator for the nose cone with a limited supply use, which would just absorb all of the heat that it's being hit with. Even though the ablator isn't the thing that's leading into the heat, I think that's how that would work. I think it would work as a radiator, which means that it doesn't need to have to be the first thing that heat hits. It just would need to be attached to the thing that heat hits. Because I'm just guessing based on how well they've designed this game, generally speaking, that I could have a tiny little a blader attached on the inside of this nose cone, as long as it's attached to the nose cone, it would turn the nose cone into a full-on ablator, which would radiate the heat away. That's my guess. Does a solar panel need a battery to deliver electricity? It doesn't. It does need sunshine, but it doesn't. And the smallest of the solar panels wouldn't really bring in enough, I don't think, for me to be making the kinds of adjustments that I would jerk a lot as I tried to move it, and I need to make a lot of adjustments quickly. I like the battery on there. It really does. I really do, rather. Male people, what about the non-people male delivery beings? You're so peopless. It's true. At how much mono? It is 6.75 monoprop is what's aboard that thing. And we got 200 and some meters per second out of it. 204 meters per second of delta V out of it. Point is making too much sense. I hope KSB logic doesn't fail us. Solar panel doesn't need a battery. That's right. Panels deliver limit power. Depends on how much power the part needs to know if it would function with just a panel. Yeah, and these mechanical things, they do seem to suck up the power. I mean, not ridiculously fast, but faster than the smallest panel would put it out is my guess. Having no battery at all seems dumb. Least you can have is a little 20 capacity one. Is there a smaller weight battery that we've got? I mean, this is the smallest and it's 100, right? The smallest pack that I've got. Is there another part that's got a battery on it that's even lighter weight? It's a 0.0005, I believe, on this battery, so I don't think we're going to find a lighter battery. Shall we have just one more enjoyment flight where it works fully, because we'll be coming down from LKO and I can fly the thing for a while and try and get familiar with the mechanics of that a little bit better, and then make an adjustment to it and see if we can't protect the battery. Yeah, I think, well, I'll look at the tiny ablator version, and then I'll also look at the battery just being moved to, like, under here or something. We don't want it to pull the center of mass off too much, but, I mean, 0.005 on a craft that's total 0.22233 is... It's not meaningless. It's not that meaningful. Who cares about a 5 kilogram part, though? That's nothing. The whole craft is nothing, though. Let's decouple. RCS. Oh, wait, no. RCS H. Get me out of there. 6 to deploy. You already got some spin. Oh, well, I've canceled your spin. Never mind. Get to your retro. Cancel rotation. And burn us down. Funny for how much of this we have to spend when we're right at LKO in order to get that, you know, that slowdown speed. What's happening? Oh, it's just the camera switching. All right. And we have an impact. I mean, that's another thing that could be tested if we were really going to get into it, is what if we came back from those higher heights, min-miss and stuff like that, and just, you know, came in at a much higher altitude. There is a good possibility, as light as this thing is, that it would act as a... What are you doing? You need to be on your prograde. It would act like a ping pong ball hitting the atmosphere. So if we only had a dip from min-miss that dropped us into the atmosphere at like 48K or something like that, that it would, one, not cause anything to explode, and because we'd be just not hitting the heat long enough, and that we would slow down enough to not skip off of the atmosphere. I doubt that, but it could be a thing. It's possible. Start really needs some flames painted on the side, a logo. Put a flag on there. No, I'm not going to mess up the weight balancing and everything. Just something that I'm proposing with the battery being moved off center. All right, Let's go. And from this height, I don't even really need to hold prograde. It will flit in the wind as we descend and just find its place. And it's no big deal. Turn the RCS off even. So our max speed, yeah, look at that. Our max speed on that big test, I'm zooming on chat, was what again? 3,241 meters per second. 3,241 meters. So an extra 1,000 meters per second than what we would do at LKO, and we were still fine. We might be able to return from Duna with this. Weight is that sensitive that paint messes up the balance. On a craft this small, potentially. Okay, quit flitting. Oh, wait, that's because you're at 4 times Fizz Warp. So it looks like it's flitting that much more. There we go. Now we've got some atmosphere. I'm just helping stabilize it because I didn't want to watch it bounce quite so much. And we slow down nicely. And the only reason that I want to do this is because I was enjoying flying it. So I will F5 from here. And then probably do it again from like 10K. Just don't want to miss my moment for F5ing. Alright, so at 10K, I'll F5, and then I can fly this a bit. Oh, I love that we're coming down over a coast. I can do some real flying, and there'll be something to look at. So, deploy your chute. Get down to, I guess, 3K, and we'll deploy the chute. Actually, as long as this is taken, F5 from 5K. Deploy the chute. F5. Hey! It allowed me to do it there. Good, good, good. RCS on. Parachute deploys. Okay, and then target extension reduce significantly. Okay, yeah, we've got no speed now. Which is fine. Nope, I need you up and like pinned, and you just put the camera somewhere where I can see the guy and be able to... Oh, Jesus. There you go. There you go. Okay. Target extension. Right there. At the speed right there. And I can even like give us more speed with H, which is cool. And if I want to nose up, I just give us more target extension. I gotta be very careful of like getting past a certain point with that. It seems. Yeah. Chase cam? Because we're now flying a plane. Let's nose up a touch. Don't want to lose too much speed. Looks like at this speed, reasonable trim point is about 0.4, somewhere around there. Oh, I love it. I love it. This is great. A bit more trim. And we're losing speed. I can change that. Okay, that's too much. That's too much. That's too much. I get it. I get it. I get it. Nose down. Back to there. No, you need to go. No! No! Ah. Kind of messed up the drift there. I want to do it again. I wanted to do it. I want to do it again. Noob 1674. What is this? It's a lawn dart that we throw a Kerbal down from orbit. We have successfully sent one back from Minmus, and he has survived in this. And And I'm learning how to fly it, because with the right extension of our hydraulic cylinder, I can control the trim. F9. Let Jebediah fly this. He's a pro. No, we don't like Jeb. He's too, what do you call it? Asshole. I'm going to do this immediately down to like 0.4, RCS, up, and then just carefully, slowly and carefully, try and steer from somewhere around here. See, when we've got more speed, then I don't need quite as much trim, and if I go past a certain like magic point, it's right here around 0.4, then we screw things up a bit as well. And just over there for me. Turn it into a paraglider when we come home. 0.4 does seem to balance us out nicely at 30 meters per second, so if I dive at 30 and then pull up, I can get right down toward the surface. Pull up. Okay, no, pull up hard. And then I can slow us down real good, pull up full, and I could land this thing at less than 7 meters per second. If we were on land, I just touched it down at just under 7 meters per second. If we were on land, I think the impact tolerance of that nose cone would handle it. I get it now, so it's 0.4. 0.4 is where we want to be for, like, most even, you know, flight.
That was a beaut.
I love that she can say beaut, you know, because it's a contraction of a word, doesn't necessarily, a beaut, if you spell it and you just take off the full. Thank you, Jelly Be Good, for the 100-bit cheer. Yeah, that's it. We're calling that, like, a success because it was completely successful, except for some things that explode, but it was completely successful at keeping a Kerbal alive from as high as Minmus return heights, 46 million meters above Kerbin. We were able to throw him back, far exceeding my intentions and expectations of what we would be able to do with this, and we don't have to be done with it, is the thing. We got to bring that ship down that he's been, you know, going around the planet in, but we don't have to be done with it yet, because if we can protect that battery from blowing up, then we've got ourselves some magic. A really easy thing that we could do, that I want to look at what the weight is just throwing that little miniature ablator underneath it, and, you know, does that work is a question that I have. So, structural, give me an octagonal strut just to build my subassembly off of. It's the Kerbal JART Mark 7. Put her in there. And she's just stow up so pretty. So, easy solution, if it works, based on my theory, would be a heat shield. It is 0.075 tons when it's got full ablator on it. If I, like, let's look at what the weight of this is, as it is now, 0.233. I put you on just the front of there, don't worry about where it is right now. And then I take all of the ablator off, except for the last 5, and it is worth 0.03 tons, because we're up to 0.263. Shroud would be disabled. Yeah, 5 is the ablator that we would want, too. But an ablator needs to be attached to a point. It doesn't just snap onto something. It needs to be attached to a node. And we don't have a central node anymore. Yes, we do. I mean, not a central node, but we have one that's available, and it's the bottom of that guy. But we need this attached to the nose cone. That's the difficulty. The nose cone. So I've already consumed the nose cone's node, which I think I did. What did I consume the nose cone's node with? The mono? No, the monoprop is a surface mount. Did I consume the nose cone's node? if I flip you around, you're flitting between those two. There should be a nose cone node back here. I don't know what I've attached to it, because it doesn't seem like I've attached this to it. Let me just yank that off and see if we now have a node in the center. It doesn't look like it. Alright, let's put it back so that that's there, because it doesn't seem like that's the thing that I've attached to. Let's get rid of the battery so we could see it when it, like, emerges. But the monoprop ball is a non-node consuming, it's a surface mount. I don't think it even snaps. Maybe it does, and I don't know. Give me you, pull you off, and then still no node. Pull the whole thing off. Still no node. Pull both of you off. Still no node. Oh, it's this. It's the detachment system. That's what I've... Yep. That's what I've attached that to. Okay. 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 So, bring the subassembly back in. Get you back in there, and then if... you release what we want, I take you off. I put this on. Like that. And then I attach you to there. Something like that. And then I need to grab, yeah, you. This is breaking my brain a little bit, but I think I've got it figured. Spin you around. Pull you back to here. So you've got that decouple point. And just try and get this in a nice spot. Yeah, that's pretty. And then to embed the ablator, if we wanted to, I think we want to, we would actually pull the rest of the ship away from the ablator, which would be you from here. So if the ablator were right there, if the ablator were right there, is anything attached to either of these? Just that. Okay. So give me these, rip those away. Because with that being in there, boy, I kind of feel okay with it not having any structural bits on the inside of it. I think we need some. I think we need some. Let's at least look at it. Just, you know, they were always there just for appearance sake. But if I had a pair of these, mirror mode symmetry, yeah, it'll be the same weight, same style of part. Well, same weight, same whatever. I just want it to look as though it's actually supported somehow, some way. Which would actually mean I could go down to 1 and put it behind there. So, what are you thinking, Pawn? I'm thinking I yank this whole thing off, right? You're facing the wrong direction. But then... No, that's... Is it fine? I'm not sure if it's fine. I need you facing this direction. Okay? Oh, that's going to look so cool. So you're that way, and then I put an octagonal strut on you. No, we need it to be directly connected to the cone, don't we? Because we're thinking that it works like a... Yeah. that it works the same way a radiator does. See, you gotta stick with that. But if it's just a visual representation, and that's all it is, a visual representation of having the kind of structural support that we feel that it should have, then I can just put a single octagonal on here, like so, grab it with an absolute snap, snap it to dead center, roll it back behind the ablator, and then tell me that don't look like we got it. Like it is solid, rigid, attached. Let me try moving you back further until I start seeing you, like, actually melting into the walls, kind of a thing. Sure. And then I grab the whole nose, pull you out a little bit more, so that you appear to be attached to the ablator. Ooh, I could even do a little bit of merging through. That might make it look even cooler. I think the ablator itself needs to be... I don't want the RCS coming through it. So you need to be further forward. Yeah. So if you need to be further forward... and then we're going to split the difference. And say... that looks very nicely attached. And then if we get like right down in there, it's still hard to tell where that would begin or end. I think it's viable. I think it's fine like that. If you want to power things, wait a second, ND. Just found out that a bunch of parts don't need power at all, like antenna, but if you want to power things like lights or robotics, you do need a battery. It doesn't work with panels alone. Okay. So yeah, that reduces our part count down by 1, and barely, barely helps. But it does help, technically. And then in order to get this back into the position that it's supposed to be, it's actually it's the ablator that is the center of everything, so when I move the ablator, everything should come with it. That's... apparently I didn't grab the ablator. Hard to grab them when they're embedded into one another. There we go. That's you. And we get... I need to hold shift while we do this. In there with just a little bit of that gray line showing. Yeah, makes it look that much more believable that it's holding it. Okay. And then I need these things to be back on. But I might, like I was saying, in order to, like, just make it so things don't explode anymore, I would take all of these and actually attach them to the ablator, if I can, in 4x symmetry. You don't seem like 4x... what am I attaching to there? I guess you're 4x symmetry? Yeah, okay. So I'll do like that. And then with an absolute snap. Like so. And then we give them a rotation, a local rotation of 45 degrees. Now I've done absolute. 3, grab, local rotation, so that we can see that we've made an X. We've got a 45 degree, and now when I go to local translation, I can grab and pull, and just put them where I think they look cool. More embed, less embed is the question. Just looking for the visual that I like. I mean, at this point, considering where they are and the fact that they're attached to the ablator and stuff like that, they might not even really need to be where I've had them. But we'll leave them like that, and then I'll do the same with these two, which is to say I attach them to the ablator itself. I hope that's what I'm attaching to. Very hard to tell. Oh, I can't attach to the ablator directly, can I? Yeah, I think those are actually attached to this, not the ablator, because the ablator can't have things attached to it. You silly boy. Oh, but you silly boy, you. So, in this design, we would be relying on the ablator to actually act as a radiator and wick heat away, and it will be consumed on a return from Minmus. So, maybe this isn't actually gonna do the job, but I love the visual. I love what it's looking like right now. Put you in mirror mode, absolute, snap. You got enough height that you're away? Yeah. Lean you in a little bit more. Yeah, I think that looks better. Okay. Could you attach to the strut instead? The big hydraulic cylinder? I could really fake everything's attachment to everything that way. Yeah, kinda. Maybe if I were gonna do it, then I would attach it to the... Oh yeah, no, maybe that's what you're saying, the cubic octagonal strut. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I could attach to that and then pull everything into the places that I want. And then we wouldn't be absorbing the heat directly from those. The battery was exploding though as well. What were you attached to? Whatever it was attached to needs to change. Yeah, let's attach everything to that strut. That's smart. Like, it was making me feel a little bit cheaty when I first started thinking about it. But now I've come to the point where I don't care. No, I think it's fair, considering what we're trying to do. So I put you on like that, and I need to get a hold of you. And again, absolute snap, so that we can get dead center. Pull forward. Right there. Brilliant, beautiful, lovely. So now the battery is actually attached to that boy. Let's do the same with these two. They'll be a little bit easier than the 4s, I think. Two of you. Mirror mode is fine. There is fine, because I'm going to adjust everything. I just need to be able to actually grab them. There it is. Where the fuck is it? Alright, just drag you out. You don't quite make it out of the model. You do quite make it out of the model. Hooray. Not that it mattered that much. So I need you. Absolute snap. Hit the button. Pull you. Ooh, how far away do you go before I'm not supposed to be doing it? That's not bad. I'm going to do it the way that I want it anyway, you bastard. I need that absolute snap. Is that correct? That is. Alright, now come off of the snapping and the absoluteness and just drag it where you want it. Okay. I like that it's got, you know, like it's attached and hinged from both sides and that kind of a thing. I like that little L bracket kind of style. Maybe a little bit further because I'm looking at the one over there and it seems like if we can get it equal thin on either side. Yeah, there you go. It looks nice to me. And then for last but not least, the four boys. The Forbus. Four-sided symmetry. Go ahead and use a snap to start. Down to facing that way. You. Pull you all the way out. And you are an absolute snap. So that's exactly the way that it's supposed to be. We've still got that good rotation that I wanted in the first place. Excellent. Go to a local. Pull you out. How far would you go? Basically to where I want it in the first place. Okay. That's kind of fine where it is in terms of height. Yeah. And everything else. I'm happy with that. So now what we would do is go through all of the actuation toggles and make sure that they only do what they're supposed to do. So you guys are exclusively for fore, aft, and it's by throttle. And now, did that apply everywhere? No, it didn't. Jesus. Oh, yes, it did. Okay. You are applying everywhere. Yeah. I'm just gonna right-click on all of them and click Show Actuation Toggles to confirm, because we've seen, at least when you're live in game, that that's not quite how that works. And then the adjustment that we had made was that we did a thrust limiting on just the top guys, which means I'll have to remove them from symmetry. I could do them in a 2-mode R symmetry kind of thing, but fuck it. Remove from symmetry U, remove from symmetry U, and then thrust limit to exclude. It was perfectly 90.5. Things may have changed because now we've got an extra weight in the middle of it, but it was perfect at 90.5 to drive us perfectly forward. Show me your actuation toggles. Our rotation guys need to be for, we're going to leave them with pitch control as well, because that helps us when we're trying to fly the thing. But just a little pitch and roll on you, nothing else. And then back here, show your actuation toggles. Yaw, pitch, no roll, port, starboard, dorsal, ventral, no fore or aft. Okay. Oh, and I wanted to, yeah, right-click on all of them, show actuation toggles, just to confirm that what should be is. Okay. My God, you are still streaming, says Pika-Pop. It's only 4.5 hours. We're wrapping up now. But that is a new design. It's now 0.262 tons, up from 0.233. We've seen that we don't need all of this monoprop. Like, we have 200 meters per second. Do we want to continue to have 200 meters per second? We'll have less now that we've got more weight. Shall I leave that in there? Or, you know, maybe even just top it off, like make it completely friggin' full. That's also an option. Let's just see what it goes up to. 0.265, and it goes all the way down to 0.235. Let's have all the mono we can have on this upgraded version that has a little ablator in the middle of it with just 5 ablative material on it. So this is the XL for her pleasure. And we're still at just 20 parts. Huh? Because we removed one of our support structures, and the interior looks so much nicer this way. I really quite like that. You're 0.04 tons. We found out the ablator was 0.025, right? I think it was 0.025. You're 0.04 as well. I'm just curious if for the other design there's anything that's nice and flat and that has... if it's not here, we're not going to find it in the game, I'm pretty sure. But flat, round, that could just off the... you know, a little piece like that ablator. You know? Do you know? No, they don't know. I mean, the very small nose cone one. No, it would be this one. The aerodynamic nose cone. You could use a second nose cone in order to do the other design, the lighter weight design, where it also had like a panel there. That's an interesting premise. I mean, nothing is attached to the nose cone at this point. You've got the extra ablator there. I feel the ablator might be unnecessary now because we have, you know, taken these things and they're not directly attached to the nose cone anymore, and so it'll be distributive heat. I don't know. I like it. I think this is beautiful. I think this is brilliant. We know that it works perfectly, although we have changed the weight by 0.4 tons. But we burn RCS, we burn monoprop, so the places where that matters, it won't have changed much, you know? Yeah. I'm thrilled with that. I think that's the Mark 8, and I don't think there's anything else that needs to be done with it, and that might be the final version. So give me you into the subassembly zone, the Kerbal Lawn JART Mark 8. And it's all configured. It's all configured. The only, like, extra things that we could do would be to give it, like, another action group, but I'm hesitant to give these any, I've given it one action group, it's 6, and it extends it. If I give it any more, the problem is these will be stowed on another ship, right? And then the ship is going to be bigger and it's going to have other action groups. And so 6 is one that doesn't get used often. 5 we use regularly. 1, 2, 3, 4 could be for all kinds of things. 7, 8, 9 we use 8 and 9 all the time. 7 if there's something related to comms or solar and I want a separate one, that gets used. 6 never gets used by me. So having that on 6 is fine, but having another action group that's attached to something, I don't want to accidentally have these things deploying and doing weird shit in stow. So I think 6 is all that it's going to be when it's time to switch ourselves over to flight. We just set this to 0.4 because we know that 0.4 to fly this once we're in low atmosphere. Once we're below 1K and the Kerbal's parachute is out, and then we can just about land the thing. I'm going to save this also as a model because I'm just fucking thrilled with it, and I think I'm awesome. So, I mean, I'm not going to put a part number on it. I'm going to say it's the Kerbal Lawn JART Mark 8, and maybe a little ship description. 6 to deploy. 6 to deploy fins, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing. 6 to deploy fins. No period. People don't like my periods. I use periods too much. 6 to deploy. Deplot? Don't deplot them. We need a much better plot against the government if we're going to overthrow it. It just didn't work out 1 year ago today. Oh my God, he pulled it back at the end, tied it all up in a ribbon. That's a bow. Charles Dickens sucked my cock. 6 to deploy fins. Set. What are you? Set cylinder. Set the hydraulic cylinder. Set. Hydraulic cylinder. Let's just say set target extension to 0.4 for paraglider. No periods. People hate them. Fuck you people. That was yesterday. You Americans are always behind. What? Did you guys overthrow the government over there too? Everybody's doing it. We did it first. God damn it. we were one of the last to do it in recent history. We're the most recent to do it. Let's say that. We are the last to try. I don't know if that's still true. I'm sure somebody's tried to overthrow something. Save it. Kerbal Lawn JART Mark 8. I feel obliged, even though we've been here for a little bit too late, to send one more up into orbit. So I think we need to do that. I think we need to send this one up and test it because we haven't, and then we'll just close down on that. So, switch editor, new, open up the craft that pushes these to space. We're going to have more people that we have to bring home at the beginning of next live stream. I don't hate that. I like starting it out and knowing what I'm doing, which is step one, cleaning up the mess from last time. We don't need the big ship that takes us everywhere. We'll just do the Mark II. And we'll grab this old one. Oh my god, can you remember when it looked like that? with the beams on the inside. Oh my god. Like it's been that long. Sub-assemblies, the Kerbal, Mark 8. We'll JART Mark 8. Drop you in there. Should all be all configured. Everything should just work out of the bay. This craft should just be ready to go. And we should have 90 is still around to pilot, and Ronbert is down here, ready to go up for another spin. I mean, if we didn't have to, if I put a probe on there, we could chuck a tourist in it. Be an interesting descent system for tourists. Put one little probe on it, and alright. We could do a version. A tourist return thing. Alright, thanks everybody, that was the moon. Get the fuck out! Grit your teeth and hang on. We're a one-way system. Yeah, everything should be fine on this craft to just save it and launch it. Save it and launch it. We're going to send one more of these things to orbit and bring it home just from LKO to make sure that nothing is changed in this new build, and also to just see what happens. See if things work the way that I expect them to. Well, why don't you have a moon orbital hotel? That is, that you say those words, you write those words in chat, and then, like, I feel like I now have a reason to do anything at the moon. Like, if I specifically decide that it's supposed to be a hotel, that the only thing that goes on at the moon, because what's it useful for? Nothing, except for people being like, I went to the moon. So you just lean into that. It is a fucking casino. It is the moon, casino, resort, and spa. And if we lean into it that way, then I feel like maybe I could be asked to be bothered with doing anything around a space station at the Mun. SAS on, throttle to full, Houston.
Paul, I just want to say, I've been reviewing the mission log notes. Did you throw an unprotected Kerbal at the planet from a height of 46 million meters?
That I did, Houston.
I mean, GG. In 3, 2, 1, fire.
And I'm gonna go do it again. not on this flight. Just LKO this time. Jeb's Moon Casino Resort and Spa. Why is it always gotta be Jeb? Why does everybody like him? That's why I don't like him. Everybody likes him. Shows up in chat and be like, oh, Jeb, he's the greatest. People like him too much for him to be likable. Whoa, Jesus. There's a lot of... Right, this is the one that's got fins on it. The last one didn't, and it was harder to fly. This one actually, you can control a little bit. I forgot. Yeah, just a little bit over-agile, if anything, for this launch profile. All right, has 1/3 solid fuel remaining. Liquid fuel thrusters primed and ready to take over. As soon as it's ready, it's time to take over, which should be pretty shortly here. 300 and something meters per second. Firing liquid. Bye. Thank you. App-Waps is at 22 and we're at 12. That was a good turn down. Now if I could just keep that going. $32 and 17. Nope, it's running away from me. I gotta put more effort into pulling us down. Fins certainly do help to like stabilize on the way up, but honestly, on a craft like this, I don't want them. They create a lot of resistance and drag for the turnover once I'm onto liquid fuel, and we on even this little engine that we've got down there have more than enough like vectoring authority just from the gimbal. 62 on the App-Waps, way too fast there, going straight to her horizontal, and it's not even gonna slow things down that much. Yeah, didn't get much speed this time, liftoff. I don't like those fins. The other version doesn't have any fins. It flies better. 69, 70, 71, 72. Go to 73. 73, kill the engines and follow your prograde up. We'll finish this this orbit off. After you open all that, we need to open a moon hostel for the college kids with rich parents. Most overbuilt, underbuilt orbital transfer JART ever. You could take out like two out of 3 of those adjectives and it would probably still be true. Let me actually do the intelligent thing here and F5, get rid of the fairing, get our delta V back, and then get ready to do the prograde burn. Stability assist, not follow prograde, and fire now. Alright, we're losing the APWAPS, but it'll come back. She'll come back. She'll come back to me. She'll come back. So all day I'll wait and wait to something. Oh, you know the song. Sing along. All right, that's an orbit. It didn't come. She didn't come back to me. It's a sad song now. Actually, that song is sad because it kind of implies that she doesn't come. I mean, he's sitting there talking about how she'll come back to him, right? So she hasn't come back yet, yeah? She'll come back to me. All day I wait and wait to hear your footsteps on my walkway. She doesn't call, she doesn't even write. Something like that. Oh, we forgot, we don't have a... It's magic. We use a very powerful magnet. Like several of them to pull and push to maintain. Don't worry about it. It's strings. You just can't see them. Fishing line. Ronbert, get on out for your final test of the day, I think. Unless things have changed significantly in this build, and they have. But I think all of the important things have stayed the same. And you should have the most comfortable, most heat-free, nothing exploding in your face ride that you have had yet. So, F5ing from here. Final test. Decouple. That still happens the way we expect it to. RCSH. Pull away. Craft seems to be configured correctly. I hit 6. It deploys our tail. Tail is now deployed. Onto our retrograde. Stop. And burn. Everything's working as intended. And we are still, like, stable to burn like this at 0.95. I mean, it's as stable as you could possibly expect with an RCS craft with no SAS assistant. Yeah. Well, and the fact that it's not all built on the perfect center kind of a thing. Very stable. And we have a smashing into the groundness. That's our projection for trajectory at this point. Let's flip over and get on our prograde. Stable. And warp forward. Hit some atmosphere. Pull down a bit. And let's see how this goes. Give me some fizz warp to get us started. Final test. At these slow speeds, we do expect to, you know, pitch like that as we're hitting just a little bit of atmosphere, a little bit back and forth. As the drag builds up, our tail will start to grab it and stabilize us, keep us going just a bit above our prograde mark is how this has worked out. Max speed 2,242 meters per second. Yes, okay. But what we're interested in is once we start getting this plasma, are we going to see any heat ticks? Because the goal with having added that ablator there, and we'll be able to see the ablator has consumed 0.1, but the goal with adding that ablator and building everything so that it comes off something other than the nose cone is for the ablator to act as a radiator, suck the heat away, protect all of our other parts that could be affected by plasma. And I'm just canceling his rotation. That's all I'm trying to do here. Cancel the rotation. You can wobble as you see fit there. But what we're looking for here is absolutely no heat ticks, because if we're seeing heat ticks on this descent, then we would see the heat ticks everywhere else, and then the whole redesign was kind of useless. And we've just added weights that we didn't need to be there before. No heat ticks yet. I do an F11. We're certainly hot up front. Ah, we've got a heat tick. What's that on? Battery still? Or is that the ablator? It's really hard to tell. Battery looks cooler than ablator. Does the ablator actually show like a heat tick when it's ablating? Maybe it does. Importantly, all of our little RCS things are fine. And that doesn't look like it's the... Yeah, that does not look like it's the battery. It was very low. The tick was very low. It wasn't even... Huh. I wonder what that was on. I hope it's the ablator. I mean, there's... Is there under... Alt F12, would I get, like, debug information or something like that? Well, maybe if I would have enabled showing things, but I don't think so. Performance, flight info. Yeah. Physics tab? Under physics, Alt F12. Physics. Visualize auto struts, legacy orbit targeting, aerodynamics, drag and thermal. Radiation enabled, radiation factor, conduction enabled. Display thermal data in action menus. Display thermal data in the graphic user interface. Ah. My interest would be about what part, you know? Thermal debug colors. I'm turning all of these things on. We don't have heat ticks now, though. So what am I seeing here? I don't think any of that is going to really help, because I just want to know what part is actually displaying a heat tick. You can right-click the part and it will show you the temperature of the part. Ah. So, the battery... Internal temp, 700,000. Thermal mass, 3.6 kilojoules per something. It's like we want to do this, but again, right? Backspace, backspace. What? That's kind of hot. Is it kind of hot? Let's F9 and do this run again, but with this data available, and try and get an idea of what... Yeah, I can pause it while it goes. Try and get an idea of what it is that's overheating there. If we can. Hello, the confessionary, by the way. Our final batch of tests on the final thing. We've definitely helped the situation here. But have we helped the situation here? So you're in place. Go ahead and decouple from there. Just bounce around a little bit. Go ahead and use your RCS to exit. Go ahead and deploy your tail fin. Okay. No need to even lock it, so I won't. And now, give me a free cam. Let's find your retro. RCS. That's going to be your prograde there, friend. Spin it around. Okay. On to retrograde. And burn. Let's drop our periapsis. Maybe decrease the couple speed. That is not from the decoupler. The decoupler is down to either 0% or 1%. I can't remember what we set it to. That is because the way that I've managed to couple a nose cone to that kind of decoupler is that we are embedded into it technically. So physics, when they're no longer the same part, just freaks out and does that regardless of what I do. And spin us back around onto your prograde. There we go. Okay. Close enough. Good enough for government work. So now, what we'd want, before we hit Atmo, let me just pause here. Well, no, I can't pause, but let me get you up. So here's the battery. Here's the nose cone. And here's the heat shield. Yeah. I don't know where to put it all. You can fit it. Just pack it up like that. Good enough. Oh, and the other thing that maybe we should look at is, just in case it's this, the octagonal strut. Where is this overheating tick happening? When we get this overheating tick, where from do it come? Bum bum. So starting out, the battery's internal temperature is 300 K. The aerodynamic nose cone, 300. Everything's 300. And we can see that the main thing that's taking on heat right now is the nose cone, 310. The battery is heating up faster than anything. No? Okay, 312, and then you're catching up. So the second hottest thing here... Wait a second, the octagonal strut. The octagonal strut is hotter than everything else right now. Curious. I wonder, does the octagonal strut think that it's in front of the nose cone? It shouldn't. I mean, if the ball... Let me get that up, too. No, that's behind chat. If the ball... If the ball isn't, then that shouldn't be. I could always put that octagonal strut if that's what's heating up. I don't think it is, but if that was what it was, then I could put it, I could attach it to the ball, I guess. So what are we seeing? 355 nose cone is actually less hot than the battery pack right now. Octagonal strut is still the hottest thing here. You know, what we've got is like a difference of thermal mass. Like the octagonal strut has 0.5 kilojoules. The thermal mass in the nose cone, 123.4. This has got 3.6 kilojoules. Down here, the heat shield, thermal mass of 21.5. So there's a lot of, like, figures to be looking at. But I'm not sure exactly what it is. If you F10, it cycles the heat bar things. One of the settings highlights the part, I think. So if we F11 and then F10, temperature gauge is all disabled. Gauge is enabled, highlight disabled, highlight enabled, all enabled. Your design has come on a fair bit, says Pika Pop. Also, hello, Acute Sharky. Yes, it's perfect now, except for that we do still get a heat tick, and I'm not exactly sure from which part we're getting it. All enabled sounds like the ticket. That's what I left it on. Just, is there a internal flux, skin to integer flux, skin to int, skin thermal mass, skin thermal mass, skin thermal mass. The nose cone has the largest skin thermal mass. We haven't even started to see plasma yet. But yeah, the battery pack is hotter than the nose cone. The octagonal strut is no longer... Yeah, the octagonal strut is now the hottest thing that we've got right now is the battery. Shame the Kerbal can't see anything. Turn him 180 degrees. And I'll have to steer backwards. I just got used to steering it like this. I'll at least make him upright for us. Okay, temperature's getting real good now. And once I see that tick, I guess I'm just going to pause it and see if there's anything that I can kind of make sense of. RCS back off. Like if we had a wiki for at what point each of these things displays a tick, or maybe we could even look it up in the part files. Boy, he has a tablet. Yeah, he's looking through a camera or something. I don't fucking know. F11. Oh, temperature gauge is all enabled. Shit. So, yeah. You see where it is, you see what it's like over. But what is it? What do we know? It seems like low of the center of the point, you know, the center point of mass there. Did you have a rant today, says Peaky Pup? No, just a recurring joke about robocalls. That's about as close as we get, I think. I think that's that. So at this moment, battery is the hottest thing on the craft. Is there anything in here that might tell me whether that's what's highlighted? I mean, it doesn't look like it, does it? Where the battery is and where that tick is, right there. Radiator it. Yeah, I could put a radiator on there. Swap it out for the that. But if this tick is the ablator itself, then we're fine. It's doing what it's supposed to do. I just don't want to find out that the battery is the problem. I came back, fellow. You came back? And am I the fellow? Who's the fellow? Is my fellowship done here? And we're going away there. I mean, the temperature on everything should be decreasing then. I mean, his internal temperature is higher. His internal temperature, the heat shield's internal temperature, 612. It's still getting higher. Internal temperature of the nose cone, and we've lost it. The nose cone was going down. That might be just the temperature of the nose cone itself then. That's the only thing that was actually losing heat. I don't know. I can't tell. Even after bringing up all of this stuff, which I don't want to leave enabled. Thermal display, thermal GUI. None of that in the action menus. There's another way to test it, which is to push it to the brink of explosion. Right? See what explodes first. What's the material? Do you know? What material? Whose material? My comedy? No, I don't. Paper. Let's F9 again and see how much delta V we've got. I don't think we won't be able to unless I created, a certain ship for it. or put it in the ship that we already had where it was specifically designed for testing, then we won't be able to, like, get to a good height here. We've got 100 meters per second left in this craft. Yeah, we can't go anywhere with this. We can't go anywhere with this. Damn. It might be the battery. Wiki says the battery max temp is 1100. So, Everything else is just fine, though. Why would it be the battery? Why in Jesus' name would it be the battery? Maybe because the battery is... What is the battery attached to? I reattached it to something. I just don't know what that something is. I don't remember what the battery's parent part is now. Yeah. The things that are attached to this, the octagonal strut, all these guys are fine. They aren't overheating. So... if it is the battery, like what I will do this live stream, but we won't test it this live stream. We'll clean it up. We'll final test next stream, which in career mode will be Tuesday. Sundays we do the creative build. So yeah, 2 streams from now we'll figure this out. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to send him down one more time, but once we're done, I'm going to take that battery off, and I'm going to make sure that it's attached to the cubic octagonal strut as opposed to anything else, and then, you know, put it where I want it there. High temp maybe because it's attached to a hot part, but has less mass, so it's getting hotter faster. And those large engines attached to the orange tanks getting hot fast. None of these things that used to have heat ticks have them anymore, and they are now attached to that. So I'm going to attach you to that part, and then you can, you know, hopefully something in the other. I don't know if that's what I did with the battery in the first place, but that's what I'll do. Battery is the most temperature sensitive. Okay. Yeah. Put it as many parts away from that as I can. But let's bring it down, and then we'll leave this craft in orbit until the next stream. Decouple. Last homecoming now. Spider-Man is not even involved either. It's a shame. 6. And then get on your retro. And burn us. Burn us down. Roll us as we burn. We've got another descent, and so for my final trick of the evening, I will fly this thing in Atmo as far as I can. I don't know. I'm just gonna, when we get it down, we're gonna go into paraglider mode and sail her around until I slam into something, ground or water or otherwise. That's the plan. RCS off, warp me. Alright, there's the Atmo. I don't really need to help you at this point, especially for this descent. 4 times Fizz. Stand back. Paul, I have a question about a NAS system. You're a knowledgeable fellow on computer thingamabobs. Okay, hit me with it. Oh wait, what's an NAS system? Neural algorithm, something? Question, does heat transfer through auto strut from attached parent grandparent? I don't know. I don't have any auto strutting on this, so I think it's through its attachments anyway. Oh, you're saying like if you enabled auto strutting, would that like disable the heat transfer? I don't know. A networked hard drive. Oh, right, yeah. Networked attached system or something like that. Network attachable storage. Yeah. I have never had one set up, and I have like personally for my own use, and I know that a lot of people who have, it's pain in the ass is what I've heard it described as. They should just work, right? your little box that's got a hard drive in it and a network card and that kind of thing, and it should just be like, there you go. No big deal. Everything I've ever heard about them is just people having so many issues. It's like, really what you want to do is just get yourself a Raspberry Pi and attach a hard drive to it and set up a basic file networking thing. I mean, a lot of the problem with any kind of networking is if you're not, on Linux or something like that, it's just Windows networking is fucking awful. They've got 7,000 different settings that all override each other. This one used to do that, and now that one does it, and that kind of thing. It's just a mess, and it's really hard to get them, get it set up just to do the basic concept that is supposed to be right on the surface level of having 2 Windows computers in the same home, the same generation, turn on file sharing, turn on we're part of the same family group. It never just works when you turn it on. Box thing with my hard drives in it. RAID 5 setup, and it had a meltdown. All drives died on the rebuild, so I'm just going to do a JBOD setting. Will this be okay, or is it not a good one? I have no experience with these systems, and everything I've ever heard sucks. But yeah, I would lean for something where you're really just running I mean, if it's a bank of hard drives. Yeah, don't ask me. That's what I'm going to say. You find somebody who's got better advice for you. I don't know. That's what I need to say, because I don't. And it sounds like this might be important. I'm just going to get him down a little bit further. Oh, wait. What's the real height? Oh, shit. Okay, F5 from here. And what we want from you is you can go ahead and deploy your chute. Thank you. We'll have the RCS ready and at hand, and then we want to put the target extension into target extension mode, which is going to be 0.4. Okay, and then pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Oh God, this didn't work at all. Target extension. Kerbal still survives. It's not. I want to fly the thing. Why wouldn't it pull up on me that time? Son of a bitch. He's still fine. F9. Do it again. That's why I F5'd. It's a little bit hectic at the moment. Let's try this again. So you, deploy chute. For real though. And then you, get over here. I need you to hold up. And then I will drag the target extension around as I need it. And we get this. And then target extension, come on in. I'm gonna do that. Get us to turn, get us to turn, get us to turn. Come on. Come on. Oh, she's heavier front-wise? Heavier front-wise. And there's a mountain there. So that's making things a little bit more difficulty. We're turning into a mountain. That's another thing to bear in mind. Oh, okay. I can't wait for you to... You're gonna take forever to die, man. Just bye. Really wish I had a JART right now. Got a stranded Kerb in moon orbit. This is the hardest it's been to just turn it down. I guess I guess things have changed. They've changed, and maybe I don't even need to, like, change. We need to experiment a little bit more. Damn it, this live stream was supposed to end. What? No. Deploy your damn chute. For real. There we go. And RCS, pull up immediately. Maybe even not directly toward the mountain. Okay, there we go. Okay, on this version, I don't even have to pull the tail in. Holy shit, we got one that just fucking works. Like, we had a deployable premise, like what we had to do in order to pull the tail in for the correct weight, and now, right here, I don't have to do anything. I can even, like... fly. I can fly! We've made the best version yet. We've made the best version yet. We can now pick our landing spot. Holy shit, I never thought flight would ever work on this thing. It's working! Chase cam, because we're flying a plane now. We've got, like, no speed, though, currently. Which is good for landing. But, you know, if we want to really fly the thing. Let's get a turn going. Let's not land in the mountains. I only wish it were daytime, so we could see better what the hell we're doing. And let's get into a dive. Get some speed. I can't believe it's working. All skill, no luck. Was Ronbert cursing people out over the radio? He might have been. Wow, I can't believe that it just, like, now it works better than it used to. That one change, I don't know, we've changed the center of mass enough for it to not even need to have the extension pulled in. Like, right now, I could probably pull it in a little bit because we're going so slow. But we're just coming down, like, really flatly. Yeah, look at that. We're just coming down real... Okay, no. Here. Let's have some speed so we can fly. I just landed it without an explosion. Oh my God. It got better. I made it how could I have made it better? It's now better even. Holy crap. First landing, no explosion. And we're just sitting upright. Watch this. Where are you? Leave the seat. Punk! Here you go. Dude, congratulations. Huh? You were here.
I'll take 5.
I was here. This might be worthy of, like, dusting off the old RonanPawn.com page where there's a link on there for Kerbal vessels. I haven't added anything to it in 7,000 years, since before it was made. It might be worth uploading this thing. That's brilliant. I still got to figure out the battery issue, though. You know, is it the battery overheating? I need to protect the battery as much as possible and see that it's not, like, thermal going crazy. Okay, stop pretending now. Stand up. There you go. In fact, fucking this it's worth it. It's like, if now is not a time, when's it going to be a time? There you go. Good work, Ronnie. Site name. Stuck the Kerbal JART. And then notice that the OK button is grayed out and I can't use it because I haven't typed anything in the plaque text. If I type something in the plaque text, I can use it, except for if I then click on it, it's suddenly enabled. There you go. Let's just get a picture for the papers. That's, like, maybe the craft needs to be a little bit more in the like, we need our logo up front. That's very important. In fact, Ronnie, do you need to be here? The craft is important. The flag is important. Do you really need to, just for the rags? And then yeah, no, hand them to me. Don't, they're fine. We'll wash our hands later. Jesus. Era of COVID. Can't even shake a man's hand.
Nice landing.
What was that? Jelly be good with a $10 direct donation. Thank you very much, Jelly. It absolutely was a nice landing. I'm friggin', I'm okay. Okay, let's thank you for coming to the press conference. You turn him around. We're going to be giving out some. There's going to be a charcuterie plate over there. I hope you all like hummus. That's, you know what? I just might leave you here. No, I don't want to have to think about the fact that I left you out here. Get back on board. And you know what? I don't have to think about that I left you here. I'm leaving this here as a Easter egg in my save file. Yeah. That's beautiful. That's brilliant. You're gonna stay there forever. You can come home though, Ronbert. I love it. I love it. Stop holding. Was that a thing that I was doing? Plus the jarts are dirt cheap. That's right. You know, we can leave them laying wherever the hell. Nobody. We're not going bankrupt by throwing another jert at the planet. Do I really want it? Yeah. Well, I'm still thinking about it. We're wrapping up the live stream. Last 5 minutes. But while I'm still thinking about it, well, I still know what I want to do, and so I don't, you know, feel like, and then Tuesday, 4 days away or whatever, because we're going to do a Sunday live stream for Kerbal, but it's creative mode. I don't want to think about this. I don't have to remember where I left off on Tuesday. So one last tweak that will go untested, but we'll see, I guess, in the next career mode where we stand on it. I need my sub-assemblies. I need the Kerbal JART. Well, you know what you should do? What? Just load up the... You made a save file of it. Kerbal Lawn JART Mark 8. It's exactly the same as what's in sub-assembly, and then you can update the sub-assembly. What are you attached to? Like, I can find out... Can I find out? Yeah, you're attached to this. You're attached directly to this. Okay. Huh. So, the battery has been attached to that. Which is also what these are attached to. But the battery is incredibly thermally sensitive. Apparently. I don't know what else we'd attach it to. We're not 1000% sure that it's the battery that's giving us that thermal heat tick either. We just think it could be, probably, maybe. It was the hottest thing on the ship. To the back of the seat? That gets into problems with blocking. There's like, I like the spacing of where the seat is and how much room is there. It's just, it's tight, it's nice, it does what it wants to do. Like, you know, it could be down here kind of a thing. I'm just not keen on that. If I turn on the center of mass and I pull you off, it doesn't change things too significantly. Just don't think that I'm very interested in that as a way that we would do this. Root is the decoupler, then the ablator, then nose cone. Yep. Then dunno. I think after the nose cone, I think then from the nose cone it would be that, right? We've got one extra part that we can separate all of this stuff in terms of being like connected, I guess. We can attach this. We can attach the strut to the ball. The ball hasn't gotten hot. So if we attach the strut to the ball, and then everything else is still attached to the strut, then there's one extra part that's between the overheating and everything else. And balls are hot. Not these, I mean, thank you, but these balls are fine, is the thing. Rotate the battery so it looks like it's under the seat. That's also, yeah, could do, and then like merge it in there. I really like this design. I like it being right up in his fucking grill too. So let me just take this, and then on the ball, alright? On the ball, is that the ball? That's gonna be, I just gotta get it to attach to the ball, and then I'll figure it all out. With a snap to there, you look straight up and down. So then I take this, and then with the absolute rotation, I don't think that's absolute rotation. With an absolute rotation, we get it perfectly flat again. And with an absolute translation, we get it perfectly centered. That was a local translation. That's an absolute translation. And then I pull this in until it's a place that I like the look of it. Yeah, it's got to go back a little bit more. So that is... Tootsies have just enough space to be where they need to be. Do they? Yeah, give them a little bit more foot space there. Yeah, you've got until there, until that bit starts to get eaten. Give him foot room. Just enough, though. Alright. Now everything is exactly as it was, except for the parts connect through each other differently. He can warm his feet on the hot as fuck battery. Yeah. But that's it. That should be it. That's how we do it in the road down here at Sport Motors. I can embed you a little bit even more, because I kind of like it that way. And that I'm okay with how those meet one another. Are you? I mean, the other way to do that is I grab this, and then I can move everything except for the decoupler, right? Forward like so. And the battery is attached. And the battery a little bit further in. It's subtle. It's touchy. It's important. And now it looks great. Does it though? It might. Maybe. What's it to you? I don't want these, like, ending there, is the thing. Can I just, for the love of fucking Pete, or whoever else is on the job today. Is Pete in? Can I speak to Pete, please? I need you to come forward just a touch. Just a touch more. Yeah, there you go. And then the battery looks fine. You look fine. Everything's got space to be where it is. Yeah, we good. We good. Subtle, tiny, minor, hard to even notice anything's been done. Adjustment that has adjusted something and given us a chance that the battery won't overheat, even though we don't even know if it was the battery that was overheating in the first place. Huh? 8.2, because you're not changing much. If he forgets, there is a saved version in the subassembly. I was going to overwrite that. You want me to call it the Mark 9? Just in case something that we did just messed up the whole world? Alright. And also, in the Mark 9, apparently, we just can switch to paraglider mode. You know, paragliding recommended. Because it's fun. Save you as the Lawn JART Mark 9. Did we really go through 9 versions of this? We did. Kerbal Lawn JART Mark 9. Save. And yeah, at the top of the next career mode playthrough that we do, which will be this Tuesday at 5:30, sometimes I start 15 minutes late, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, we will be back, and we will bring home the people who are stuck, stranded in orbit right now, and then we'll grab this guy up and throw him back up there, and hopefully, you know, we get no heat ticks. Or if we do get a heat tick, then maybe I gotta, like... In fact, that's what I'll do. Next time we bring everybody home, I put this on the one that was designed to test for min-miss height, and then we test it at min-miss height again. We go all the way up there, and we throw it down. We know that the last one survived, but things overheated and exploded. We'll find out whether or not anything overheats and explodes on the Minmus return, and that will give us a clear indication as well of what's exploding, when it's exploding, and what it was that was overheating in the first place. Aha! You're surprised it's only 9 versions? Okay. But that's all Tuesday. And that's not the next time that I stream. Next time will be 2 days from now, Sunday. Are we done? We're done. What do you mean? I did save it. I just... save it. Bastard. So, let's see who else is out there streaming right now. If I start this up, Twitch.tv, see who else is doing some Kerbal Space Program and who we might want to raid. Who's online? I'm just trying it the other way around. Usually I figure this out while the music rolls. See, what are you doing? 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 It's no, but nobody's doing anything. You saw enough today. We had an experience. Let's not ruin it by involving other people. You know, it's just, it gets weird when you bring other people into the bedroom. You don't... Kittens. Not kittens in the... There's a the kittens are around. You want to see the kittens for the laugh? Kelly? I got one. I got one. One of the 3 kittens. Looking for the camera, Kelly. He doesn't know where the camera is. Thanks for coming out, everybody. I hope to see you back here this Sunday for Kerbal Creative Mode. I will be missing an eye and my hands will be torn to shit, but I'll be here. And we'll be building the James Webb Space Telescope, which is our current project that we're about halfway into. Phoenix Within, with the subscription, thank you so much. Thanks to everybody who supported the stream, and I hope to see you back here this Sunday, like I already said. Oh shit, pulling out? I tried to do it with the musical term, but I just wasn't ready. Thank you again, Phoenix Within. You guys want something? I was gonna